Chapter 1902. The Behemoth Forest is located in the middle of the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires. Each of the three empires occupied a part of their territory. The Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires each built a small city on the edge of the Behemoth Forest's territory. These cities were used to transport the resources they obtained from the Behemoth Forest to other cities in their empires. Unfortunately, ever since the Beast King was born, the Behemoth Forest became a dangerous place. Normal humans, warriors, and magicians were no longer allowed to enter. All the resources from the Behemoth Forest were supplied by the Behemoth Forest's campsite. They were no longer transported through the supply town. As a result, the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires used to be an important resource hub. Today, the supply town can only be used as a hub to transport the resources from the Behemoth Forest to other cities. As for the low-level warriors and magicians who used to live in the supply town and hunt the Behemoth Forest's magical beasts for a living, they can no longer be seen in the supply town. Even so, the supply town is still a prosperous place. After all, there are many shops and auction houses here. It is the closest location to the Behemoth Forest. There are also other ways to obtain rare treasures in the supply town. For example, medicinal herbs, high-level magical beast parts, and all sorts of other treasures. These are all things that have a high market value. Therefore, even if the supply town is not as prosperous as it used to be, it is not that different. Yet, in such a bustling city, the girls and the Misaka sisters are witnessing such a scene. The luxurious auction house turned into a dilapidated building riddled with holes, the bustling trading company turned into a pile of rubble. The roofs of the hotels burned with flames, the buildings were all over the place, covered in charcoal, the asphalt road cracked inch by inch. The bricks and tiles were a mess. They were casually tossed to the ground, big, small, exquisite, and simple stalls were in shambles, the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Thick smoke rose from the sky, flames could be seen everywhere, all signs of life were extinguished, the bustling scene of the past is gone, there is not even the slightest sign of life. Everywhere is a sign of destruction. To put it bluntly, this is a place filled with despair, no one would believe it. This place. Not long ago. Furthermore, it was a bustling and beautiful little city with all kinds of colorful magic lights shining in the night sky. Seeing such a scene, let alone Shokuho Misaki and the others who had witnessed the prosperity of the supply town, they were stunned. Even Yeguya, Duskcord, Meijo, and Origami, who had come to the supply town for the first time, were speechless and depressed. As for Hinajuku and Mikoto, who had stayed in the supply town for a period of time, played around for a period of time, and even caused a ruckus at the auction house, they were clenching their fists and biting their lips, their faces dark and gloomy. Phew! Hinajuku exhaled and spoke in a low voice. War is indeed the cruelest thing, that one sentence voiced out everyone's thoughts. The war between humans was indeed terrifying, but the war between races was even more terrifying. If humans wanted to live a peaceful life in the Spalier world, they couldn't allow demonic beasts to invade their territory. On the other hand, demonic beasts treated humans as their food. The saying, "Those who aren't of the same race are bound to have different intentions," was perfectly reflected here. Roar! Roar! Arg! While the group of young ladies mourned over this despairing scene, the culprits of everything didn't seem to have completely left the town they destroyed. Amidst a series of delighted roars as if they had discovered their prey, the ground began to tremble slightly. It was only then that the girls noticed that low-tier magical beasts of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 were hiding in the corners of the burning buildings or in the alleys that could not be seen, charging towards them. The 4th, 5th, and 6th stage demonic beasts were the backbone of the demonic beasts. The 7th, 8th, and 9th stage demonic beasts were the high-end combat strength of the demonic beasts. These two groups of demonic beasts would definitely be gathered by the three beast kings to deal with the three royal cities. As for the first, second, and third stage demonic beasts, although there were many of them, they were nothing more than a bunch of cannon fodder in a war. Therefore, in the cities that were conquered by the demonic beasts, there would basically be these low-level demonic beasts that were symbolically left behind by the demonic beasts as a sign that they had occupied the area. However, the low-level demonic beasts that didn't have the ability to occupy a territory didn't have any territorial awareness. Like a bunch of thirsty beasts, they treated the supply town as another behemoth forest. They would either laze around or hunt their own kind when they were hungry. Of course, they weren't only found in human cities. There were also low-level demonic beasts active in the behemoth forest. It was due to the presence of these demonic beasts that Violet needed to guard the capital of alternate generations and maintain the illusion and reality realm, day and night. Otherwise, if one of them were to slip in and disturb the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world who were strengthening the seal, the situation would be dire. It was only by maintaining the illusion and reality realm that the seal of the 5 demigod powerhouses and the beast kings of the Spalier world wouldn't be affected. It was for this reason that Violet didn't leave the capital of alternate generations and took on the responsibility of guarding it. The moment they thought of Violet, who had been guarding the most important seal in the capital of a foreign era, a determined look appeared on the faces of the girls who were awakened by the charging low-level demonic beasts. The Misaka sisters raised the heavy cannons in their hands and were about to kill the demonic beasts, but Shokuho Misaki stopped them. Shokuho Misaki's beautiful, starry eyes glinted coldly. She stroked her dazzling, waist-length golden hair and an inexplicable glint flashed in her eyes as though all the stars in them had lit up. In the next instant, the ferocious roars of the low-grade magical beasts all came to an abrupt halt, and they stopped in their tracks in a daze. The ferocious light in their beastly eyes was replaced by starry eyes, and their expressions became ferocious once again. Roar! 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 The demonic beasts roared in unison. But this time, the demonic beasts didn't charge at the group of young ladies. Instead, they pounced on their own kind as though they saw their mortal enemy and started tearing each other apart. This was all Shokuho Misaki's doing. Mikoto couldn't help but be surprised. You can use your ability without a remote control now. My ability isn't something that can't be used without a remote control. Shokuho Misaki replied nonchalantly. If it's just a remote control, it's easier to switch the power on and off and it's easier to aim at the target. If my ability is a bullet, then the remote control is like a pistol. I don't have to rely on it anymore. Shokuho Misaki shook her head and changed the topic. Then let's split up here. The group of young ladies nodded. Oh. Kotori, who was checking the space ring that Violet gave her, raised an eyebrow. She revealed her usual unfriendly smile. I didn't think there would be a need for it. With that, Kotori stroked her space ring. A moment later, a massive object appeared in the sky and appeared before the group of girls. It's an airship. Fraxinus. It's decided. Kotori looked at her companions. Let's take the air route. Kurumi, Toka, Mikoto, Yoshino, and Origami nodded happily and walked towards Kotori. Ugh. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yugiya, and Yushin looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Let's take the air route as well. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yugiya, and the Misaka sisters can all fly. Ikaros brought Chuju along and the group flew towards Fey Empire. As for Shokuho Misaki, Kinohata Sae, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria, it's even easier. There should be airships left behind by people who didn't have the time to use it, right? Chapter 1903. Ailu Empire, King City. As the city of Ailu Empire's royal palace, King City's prosperity was undeniable. However, at this moment, there wasn't a single ordinary person in this prosperous city. The shops, auction houses, and other buildings were all closed, and there wasn't a single idle person on the streets. Instead, there were fully armed knights and soldiers doing all sorts of things with tense and solemn expressions. At this moment, a large number of warriors and magicians were standing on top of King City's walls. The warriors were all armed with bows and arrows, looking into the distance. They were the type of long-range attack type. The magicians, on the other hand, were lined up in a row, standing behind the warriors who were armed with bows and arrows, holding magic staves in their hands. Every warrior and magician had a tense expression on their faces as they looked at the empty space below the city wall in front of them. Their combat aura and magic power were slowly increasing in intensity. At the same time, the do-chi and magic power that were slowly strengthening also exploded and surged violently at the same time as a loud shout sounded out. The first wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. As the battle cry rang out, a large army of magical beasts stomped hard on the ground in front of the city, charging forward amidst chaotic roars and rolling dust. They entered the attack range of the warriors and mages on the city walls. However, none of the warriors and mages guarding the city walls took action immediately, apart from raising their aura and mana to the peak. All of them held their breaths and didn't do anything else. The second wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. Then, less than 200 meters behind the first wave of demonic beasts, another wave of demonic beasts roared and charged over. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the second wave of magical beasts was much larger than the first wave, whether it was in size or momentum. Moreover, the first wave of demonic beasts was only a group of 4th and 5th ranked demonic beasts. The second wave of demonic beasts was a group of 6th ranked demonic beasts. Of course. Even though their ranks were different, the number of demonic beasts was still as dense as locusts. They outnumbered the humans in King City by more than 10 times. It was terrifying. However, even so, the warriors and magicians on the walls did not attack. Instead, he continued to wait on the city wall. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack. It was just that long-range archers had a maximum attack range of 2,000 meters. Magicians, on the other hand, differed according to their magic. Some were only a few hundred meters tall, while some were more than 3,000 meters tall. Right now, the first wave of magic beasts had just entered the highest range of attack. In other words, they had just entered 3,000 meters. The second wave of magic beasts was even further away. It was far from the time to attack. Only when the magical beasts charged into the attack range of the archers would it be time for them to attack. After a few days of large-scale battles, the defenders of the city had long understood when they could attack. Therefore, at this time, everyone was still able to remain calm. According to past experience, when the third wave of magical beasts entered the range of the magicians with the highest shooting range, the fourth wave of magical beasts would arrive. That would be the time to attack. This time, it didn't take too long. The third wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. As soon as this voice rang out, the people guarding the city all raised the armaments in their hands and focused their attention. The next wave would be the time to attack. The fourth wave of demonic beasts is estimated to enter the attack range in 10 seconds. All warriors, get ready to attack. As this voice echoed in the air, all the warriors gathered their fighting spirit and began to aim. Although it was said to aim, it was actually just knocking the bow forward. The sea of magical beasts in the distance was almost overwhelming, so there was no need to aim at all. All they needed to do was to calculate the position where the arrows were about to land. At this moment, the warriors welcomed the opportunity to attack. The fourth wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. Warriors, aim at the first wave of demonic beasts. Attack! Boom! The moment the angry shout fell, a loud sound like that of a cannon being fired reverberated in the air. That was the sound of all the warriors releasing their hands at the same time, causing the sound of arrows being ejected in unison. It was a loud sound that caused the world to tremble and everyone's hearts to shrink. Shing! Immediately after, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard, and a black mass of arrows rained down on the magical beasts like raindrops during a storm. Roar! Roar! Arg! In an instant, tens of thousands of magical beasts turned their roars into mournful wails. One by one, the magical beasts fell to the ground dauntlessly. Most of them were from the first wave of demonic beasts. However, there were still a large number of arrows that missed and hit the second and third wave of demonic beasts. Surprisingly, the second and third wave of demonic beasts had entered the shortest attack range of 2,000 meters. Not only that, but the fifth wave of demonic beasts had also charged over from the horizon. The fifth wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. Mages, get ready. Under the command, the mages in neat rows took a step forward and chanted spells. The staffs in their hands flickered in a glaring magical radiance. Aim for the second and third wave of demonic beasts. Mages. Attack. Buzz. As though rehearsed, in an instant, fireballs, icicles, wind blades, thunderbombs, and rocks exploded in the sky above the city walls like fireworks and a tide that blasted toward the second and third wave of demonic beasts. Along with the wails of the magical beasts, the second and third wave of demonic beasts were struck by 4 to 5 magical spells at the same time. They were either wrapped in a layer of flame or charred by electricity. Some were pierced by icicles, torn apart by wind blades, or smashed by rocks. Thus, the second and third wave of demonic beasts suffered the same fate as the first wave of demonic beasts. In such a situation, the magical beasts continued to roar crazily, completely disregarding the deaths of their own kind. They even stepped on their corpses mercilessly and charged toward the city. In the sky, arrows were still shooting wildly and magical spells descended one after another, reaping the lives of the overwhelming number of demonic beasts. While this battle was going smoothly, at a certain moment, a nervous shout sounded from the other end of the city walls. High-level demonic beasts are attacking. Hearing this, everyone's hearts suddenly rose to their throat. The 4th, 5th, and 6th level demonic beasts were only appetizers. The ones that truly posed a threat were usually the high-level demonic beasts above the 7th level. Not long after, everyone on the city walls also saw it. In the distance at the edge, a large group of demonic beasts with huge bodies and powerful auras were charging toward them. This made the people guarding the city start to feel nervous. Hurry! Get rid of all the mid-level demonic beasts. Only by getting rid of the annoying mid-level demonic beasts could the people free up a large amount of combat power to deal with the high-level demonic beasts. That was why everyone's attack frequency became faster and faster all of a sudden. The first wave of demonic beasts was almost wiped out by the archers. The mages were also reaping the lives of the second and third waves of demonic beasts. The 4th and 5th waves of demonic beasts were also charging toward them one after another. Due to the attacks of the archers and warriors, the demonic beasts' charge was slightly stagnant. A large number of demonic beasts' corpses divided the battlefield into 2 parts. One was the surviving vanguard, and the other was the demonic beasts that were mercilessly trampling on the corpses of their comrades. Based on this situation, if they could maintain this state, the mid-level demonic beasts would all die before they could even touch the city walls. Then, the people would be able to concentrate on dealing with the high-level demonic beasts of the 7th level. Unfortunately, the demonic beasts would not let this happen. Level 8 demonic beasts detected. Level 8 demonic beasts detected. This voice caused a brief moment of panic on the city walls. They saw that in the farthest distance, there were about 500 huge beasts that were 3 meters tall. They were following the charging troops in front and slowly revealing their full appearances in the air. Level 8 demonic beasts. That was not something that the ordinary city guards could deal with. Even if they were to use numbers to overwhelm them, who knows how many people would be killed. Therefore, normally, when a level 8 demonic beast appeared, it meant that the knights in the city would attack it or send out a high-level combat power to kill it. However, flying demonic beasts detected. Finally, flying demonic beasts that could ignore the sturdy city walls and directly pose a major threat to the city have appeared. Chapter 1904. At this moment, a group of people was gathered at the top of the palace in the center of the city. The leader of the group was none other than the emperor of the Ailu Empire, Kite. Aside from Kite, Lei Wang was also present. He stood beside Kite, and on the other side was Sylph, whose expression was still as cold as ever. Fei Fei was also present. Bing Ling and Bishi were also present. In front of Fei Fei, Bing Ling and Bishi were two middle-aged men. These three men looked to be in their 40s. The one in front of Fei Fei and the one in the middle were familiar faces. He was the current patriarch of the Lori family, Lar. Since Lar was one of the three middle-aged men, the identities of the other two men who were qualified to stand beside Lar were obvious. On the left was the current patriarch of the Saito family, Zato. On the right was the current patriarch of the third largest family in the Ailu Empire, the Ledin family, Harlo. The patriarchs of the Ailu Empire's three great clans, Lar, Zato, and Haluo, were all present. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi were standing behind them. However, even the patriarchs of the three great families were only standing to the side. They didn't have the right to stand on the same level as Kite. The only exception was Sylph, the genius princess, who was favored by the emperor. Other than a rank 9 powerhouse, no one else had the right to stand on the same level as the emperor. That was why Lei Wang was able to stand beside Kite openly. Because of that, there were two other people standing on the same level as Kite, Sylph, and the Thunder Monarch. They were two old men who looked to be in their 70s. One of the two old men had a gloomy face. His body emitted a faint cold aura. His eyes were filled with a sinister aura that made people subconsciously stay away from him. The other old man didn't look as gloomy as the former, but his hair was also white. His eyes didn't look as dignified as Lei Wang. Instead, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. One look and one would know he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Since these two old men could stand together with Kite, Lei Wang and Sylph, it was obvious who they were. The gloomy old man was the rank 9 powerhouse behind the Saito family. He was also the previous patriarch of the Saito family, Bolu. The arrogant old man was the rank 9 powerhouse behind the Ledin family. He was also the previous patriarch of the Ledin family, Yak. Now that the royal city was in danger of being invaded by the demonic beast army, the Ailu Empire's royal family and the three great families were gathered at the top of the royal palace, watching the battle from afar in silence. However, this silence did not last long. When the large group of densely packed black dots gradually approached from the distant horizon, no one could sit still any longer. Flying demonic beasts. The Beast King's expression. In the end, these flying demonic beasts still showed up. During the siege a few days ago, the biggest threat to King's City wasn't the large number of rank 4, 5 and 6 demonic beasts. It wasn't the powerful rank 7 and 8 demonic beasts either. It was the flying demonic beasts that could fly. Not only could these flying magical beasts fly over the sturdy city walls, they could also increase their altitude and fly out of the range of the long-range attacks of the warriors and magicians. Then, they would dive down and rush into the city, causing a lot of damage to the city at one point. If it wasn't for the formation of a large barrier around King's City, these flying demonic beasts would have invaded King's City and started a massacre. That's why these flying demonic beasts were the most troublesome to deal with in this war. It's not just flying demonic beasts, Borel said in a low voice as he stared into the distance of King's City. Even from here, he could see the large number of giant beasts that were getting closer and closer. The rank 8 demonic beasts have also started their attack. There are at least a few hundred of them. If they attack together, no matter how sturdy King City's walls and barrier are, they will still be breached. When that time comes. Yak smiled coldly. The rank 9 demonic beasts should also show up, right? Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Everyone present knew that there would definitely be rank 9 demonic beasts among the attacking demonic beasts. A few days had passed and the rank 9 demonic beasts were waiting in King City. They were waiting for the rank 9 demonic beasts to show up and block the enemy's strongest forces. However, the rank 9 demonic beasts didn't show up in these few days. Carter and the rest didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention, the other side had a truly terrifying general that made one's heart turn cold. The Beast King. A demigod Beast King. Although they didn't see the Beast King appear, the fact that the demonic beasts broke the rules and attacked the human world with such rhythm and coordination was enough to prove that there was a general in the enemy's army. Who else could command all the demonic beasts besides the Beast King? Of course, Carter and the rest didn't know about the existence of the 3 Beast Kings. They thought the ones leading the attack were the demigod Beast Kings that were born in the Behemoth Forest. The Beast King hasn't made an appearance either. The Thunder King frowned. They should be wary of the demigod Beast Kings on our side, right? Hearing the Thunder Emperor's words, Bolut and Yak nodded and simultaneously looked at the silent kite. Your Majesty. Borel hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sir Guardian God still doesn't plan to show up. That's right. Your Majesty. Yak hurriedly spoke. This is a critical moment that will decide the fate of the Ailu Empire. Is Sir Guardian God really not going to show up? Carter pondered for a moment before laughing bitterly. I have been to the treasury to look for Sir Guardian God many times, but he isn't here. Wah! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Sir Guardian God isn't here. What's going on? No, let's not talk about this for now. If Sir Guardian God really isn't here, then the Beast King will personally attack without the demigod Beast Kings. Wouldn't the city be doomed? No matter how many people there are, without a demigod Beast King, they won't be able to stop a demigod Beast King. Everyone was clear about this. Thunder King, Bolu, and Yak had ugly expressions on their faces. Lar, Sardo, and Haluo looked at each other. As for Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi, they were clenching their fists so hard that their knuckles turned white. Things were getting serious. That's why we can't let the Beast King know that Sir Guardian God isn't in the city. Carter said in a deep voice. Otherwise, the Beast King will personally attack and will be finished. That one sentence made the hearts of everyone present become incomparably heavy. They could not resent the guardian deity who should have been in the royal treasury, nor could they blame the guardian deity for disappearing. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but the current situation didn't allow for it. Carter took a deep breath and looked at Lar, Sardo, and Haluo as he said, in short, we have to deal with the enemies in front of us first. Moreover, we can't go into battle, or else we'll draw the Class 9 magical beast out. Lar, Azar, and Harlow, the 3 of you will lead the team and annihilate the Class 8 demonic beast. Yes. Lar, Zar, and Harlow lowered their heads. Sylph. Fei Fei. Carter turned to Sylph and Fei Fei. The 2 of you are also Class 8 demonic beasts. Follow the 3 patriarchs into battle. Yes. Sylph and Fei Fei nodded heavily. Carter didn't give any more orders after that. He turned around and continued to observe the battlefield. Bing Ling and Bishi gritted their teeth in frustration. The only reason Bing Ling and Bishi were able to stand together with these people was because they were the young masters of the 2nd and 3rd most powerful families in Ailu Empire. It was purely because of their status. In terms of strength, Bing Ling and Bishi were only Class 7 demonic beasts. They didn't have the qualifications to stand here. That's why Sylph and Fei were allowed to fight while Bingling and Bishi didn't even have the chance to fight. After all, there were plenty of Class 7 demonic beasts in the city. Bingling and Bishi were of noble status and couldn't take the risk. That's why Carter didn't give any orders. How could Bingling and Bishi be willing to accept the fact that they were being protected like this? Just as the few people who received the order were about to step out to fight, Kite suddenly noticed something strange. In the distant sky, a black shadow suddenly rushed in. R1152. Chapter 1905. Whoosh! The airship that was as big as Fraxinus flew across the sky at a speed comparable to a plane. Sonic booms could be heard as the airship flew across the sky at an extreme speed against the wind pressure. The floating airship looked like a large yacht, but it was made of wood. Instead of a propeller, there was a large magic array that was almost as large as the hull of the floating airship. Like a propeller, the magic array rotated and pushed the floating airship forward. An invisible barrier protected the airship's hull, preventing the fragile wooden hull from cracking under the wind pressure. At the same time, it also blocked a large amount of wind outside, allowing only a slight breeze to pass through and blow onto the deck of the airship. On the deck of the airship, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria led the Misaka sisters to the front of the airship. Shokuho. Until a certain moment, Kinohara Sayai pointed to the front, or more accurately, below, and shouted. "Look! It's the royal city." Hearing this, the group of young ladies all turned their gazes to the front and below. Soon after, they all saw it one after another. Below the airship was a gigantic city, and at the center of the city was a dazzling golden palace. It was dazzling. However, looking at the dazzling city, the young girls' faces became a little shocked. There was no other reason than the fact that the dazzling city was currently being invaded by a violent invasion. The gigantic magical beasts formed a wave-like assault team. Wave after wave, they ran out from the mountains in all directions and charged towards the city in the center in an extremely violent and direct manner. In the sky, the flying magical beasts that had transformed into huge black shadows were lined up neatly like fighter jets. They glided. Once they found the right time, they would dive down and crash into a translucent barrier around the city, causing the barrier to tremble violently. Arrows, fireballs, wind blades, lightning bolts, rocks, icicles, and other ranged weapons and spells were fired from the city. They landed on the charging demonic beasts and the gliding demonic beasts. Every single one of them caused a huge explosion. Many demonic beasts fell to the ground. Corpses of demonic beasts could be seen everywhere within a few thousand meters of the city. Some of them were only left with broken limbs and bones. It was a hellish scene. The only fortunate thing was that there were no traces of humans among the corpses. The demonic beasts were only 1,000 meters away from the floating airship. They didn't enter the city. The city walls were still fine. The barrier was shaking, but it still managed to hold on. At first glance, it looked like Fang Zheng had the upper hand, but Shokuho Misaki frowned and said, "Let's go. This isn't good, huh?" Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria looked at Shokuho Misaki in confusion. Why is the situation so bad? Frenda was puzzled. Isn't the floating airship holding the advantage? Yes. For now, yes. Shokuho Misaki's eyes were filled with worry. But this won't last long. Why? Takitsuba Riku asked. Is the barrier about to break? That's one of the reasons. That is also one of the reasons. The barrier might be able to withstand the attacks of the flying demonic beasts, but once the Class 8 demonic beasts reach it, it will break sooner or later. Shokuho Misaki looked at the demonic beasts furthest from the city and shook her head. Also, didn't you notice that the demonic beasts haven't used any spells yet? Yes. The girls finally realized what was going on. Yes, the demonic beasts haven't used any spells yet. Demonic beasts tend to use spells that have high attack power. In terms of area of effect, their spells should be weaker than human spells. Shokuho Misaki frowned. But because of this, the magic of the demonic beasts is much more powerful than that of humans. Now, they have not reached the attack range, so they can only charge. But once the demonic beasts charge into a certain range and collectively release magic, the barrier of the royal city will shatter sooner or later. The girls understood the severity of the situation after hearing Shokuho Misaki's explanation. Unfortunately, this isn't the most serious problem. The barrier won't be able to withstand the attacks of several hundred Tier 8 demonic beasts. Shokuho Misaki stepped forward and looked at the flying demonic beasts. Now, the people guarding the city have put their attention on the Class 8 magical beasts, but they have subconsciously forgotten that there are Class 8 magical beasts among the flying magical beasts. When the Class 8 magical beasts appear, they only need to collectively dive down, and the barrier will be finished. What should we do now? Estrella quickly asked. Should we charge forward? Yes. Charge forward. Shokuho Misaki's lips curled into a sly smile. That's right. We have to charge forward. With that, Shokuho Misaki raised her hand and swung it down. Everyone. Territory, domain of will, activate. The moment she finished her sentence, the Misaka sisters on the deck stepped forward and extended their arms. Buzz. In the next second, a protective barrier made of emerald green crystals appeared around the Misaka sisters and spread out to their surroundings. It combined with the territory around them and spread out together. Not long after, the Misaka sisters collectively released a territory to form a gigantic territory barrier, enveloping the entire airship within. Shokuho Misaki shouted again. Take control of the airship. Charge forward. Right away, the floating airship that was enveloped by the realm of will sped up and dashed forward violently with an intense air-braking sound. With the protection of the territory, the impact on the airship would be reduced to zero, and the girls on the airship wouldn't be affected at all. However, that's only true for the girls. To the magical beasts that were within the range of the airship's charge, the airship that was enveloped by the territory, domain at will, was no different from a meteorite falling from the sky. Therefore, before the demons could even roar, the floating airship that had turned into a meteor charged into the battlefield between the humans and demons under the cover of the territory, domain of will. The airship charged towards the direction of the capital as it charged ferociously. Boom! 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 The territories. That was the sound of flying magical beasts that couldn't dodge in time or react in time being rammed by the gigantic airship. These flying magical beasts that were hit mercilessly were sent flying by the impact. Then, they fell to the ground like large pieces of trash. It seemed that they had broken bones all over their bodies and would not survive. Those flying magical beasts with weaker bodies were even worse off. They didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies exploded into a bloody mist under the huge impact, dying without a burial place. Roar! Roar! Woo! The flying magical beasts finally discovered this unidentified flying object that posed a great threat. They either lost their heads out of fear or let out furious roars as they tried to avoid it in time. Roar! Roar! Woo! Quite a few flying magical beasts around the airship began to use magic to bombard the airship, but all of their attacks were blocked by the territory around the airship. Shokuho! Inside the airship, Kanuhata Sai pointed in the direction of the king's city and yelled. Look over there. In the direction that Kanuhata Sai pointed at, an opening appeared in the enchanted field of the king's city. Shokuho Misaki reacted quickly and yelled, "Hurry! Fly in!" Thus, the airship dived down and entered the barrier. Chapter 1906. Roar! 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 When an entrance opened in the barrier of Royal City, the group of flying magical beasts closest to the entrance immediately roared in joy and flew in the direction of the entrance. Boom! With a muffled sound, the floating airship that was wrapped in the tori fell from the sky like a meteorite. It directly knocked the flying beasts that were trying to drill into the entrance and sent them flying into the barrier. Roar! 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 The rest of the flying beasts snarled and followed behind the floating airship in an attempt to enter the enchanted field. What welcomed these flying magical beasts was the relentless bombardment of arrows and all sorts of magic from within the barrier. Boom! Boom! Howls of anguish and cries of pain rang out from the flying magical beasts, but there were still other flying magical beasts who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the barrier. In an instant, many flying beasts noticed the enchanted field's entrance and formed an overwhelming vanguard that swooped down dauntlessly like bees to honey. Just the sight of the dark shadows that filled the sky was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Buzz! At this moment, the tori that enveloped the floating airship that rushed into the enchanted field disappeared without any warning. Swish! On the exposed deck of the airship, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out one after another. The sound merged into an extremely orderly sound and echoed in the surroundings. It was the sound of the Misaka sisters equipped with CR units that took off from the deck of the floating airship. Apart from the Misaka sisters who were piloting the floating airship, a total of 4,000 Misaka sisters flew out from the deck of the floating airship and soared into the sky under the propulsion of the thrusters as though they wanted to block the entrance of the enchanted field. They lined up neatly in midair and raised the heavy cannons in their hands, aiming directly at the flying beasts that were converging toward the enchanted field. In an instant, the 4,000 Misaka sisters pulled the triggers of their heavy cannons. Deadly beams of light shot out from the cannons and converged into a gigantic beam of light that was the size of the entrance of the barrier. The beam of light shot through the entrance of the barrier and landed on the flying demonic beast that was right above the barrier. Boom! Following a violent explosion, the dense flames above the entrance of the barrier blossomed in the sky like bright fireworks. Along with it, there were flying magical beasts that were smoking all over and turned into charcoal that fell to the ground. Just this attack alone had annihilated more than 1,000 flying beasts. How terrifying! But this wasn't surprising. Originally, the Misaka sisters were all at least at the 7th stage. In addition to the CR units with the best performance, the Misaka sisters were able to unleash the power of an 8th stage. The combined attack of more than 4,000 Tier 8 metahumans, if not for the fact that it might affect the barrier, the Misaka sisters would have held back some of the firepower. Otherwise, they would have killed more than 1,000 flying demonic beasts. Seizing this opportunity, the enchanted field trembled and the entrance of the floating airship was closed, leaving the flying beasts with no way to enter. The Misaka sisters landed on the deck of the floating airship with the help of the thrusters. The floating airship gradually reduced its speed and landed on an empty field in front of the palace. On that empty field, a group of people was standing there. Of course, they were Kate and the higher-ups of the Ailu Empire. Phew! The floating airship landed lightly on the ground, creating a small ripple of air. Then, the magic formation behind the floating airship disappeared and the floating airship quieted down. Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Istrio led the Misaka sisters down the airship and welcomed Kate and the others. Kate and the others walked up to them as if they were going to welcome Shokuho Misaki and the others. When they saw the CR units on the Misaka sisters, they were stunned. What is that? It can't be just their clothes, right? If it's just their clothes, aren't they a little too revealing? Perhaps Shokuhu Misaki saw through Carter's and the others' doubts, but she suddenly smiled. It's just a set of armament with enhancement effects, don't mind it. Hearing this, Carter and the rest shifted their gazes away from the Misaka girls. The Thunder King even took a step forward and scanned the group of girls. When he realized that Lulu was not among them, he immediately panicked. Where's Lilu? Why isn't she with you? Lei Wang thought Shokuhu Misaki and the others were Lulu's reinforcements. Now that the reinforcements are here but Lulu isn't with them, even Lar and Feifei started panicking. Shokuhu Misaki shook her head at Lei Wang and the others. Lulu is currently looking after the 5 demigods in the capital of alternate generations. That's why she isn't with us. Looking after the 5 demigods. Kate's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. You're saying that the 5 demigods of the Spalier world are with you? Shokuhu Misaki knew why they were acting like this, and she sighed. Everyone was looking at her expectantly, nervously, and anxiously. I know you have a lot of questions and doubts. I will tell you all the information we know so far. Let's find a place where we can talk first. Kate and the others calmed down and nodded. They were in a large hall in the palace. The hall was quite spacious, occupying an area as large as a football field. However, in such a spacious hall, there was nothing else except for a long table in the middle, surrounded by seats that looked expensive. At first glance, one could tell that it was not a place that ordinary people could sit casually. This was the place where Kate used his status as the emperor to discuss important matters with the ministers of the Ailu Empire. Therefore, not only was the head of the long table in the style of a king's throne, but the seats around the long table were also made of real gold. It was a dazzling sight. Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria were seated in the row closest to the head of the table. Shokuhu Misaki explained the current situation to them, including the Beast King's seal and the current situation of the 5 demigods in the Spalier world. As Shokuhu Misaki recounted her story, everyone's expression turned gloomier and gloomier. Kite sat on his throne and gripped the armrest as if he could calm himself down by doing so. He took a deep breath, but in the end, he let out a bitter laugh. In that case, no matter if it's the 3 guardian deities, the other 2 demigods, or Lord Z, none of them will be able to help. Under such circumstances, we still have to deal with a demigod-level Beast King ourselves, right? Yes. The other 2 empires are in a similar situation. Shokuhu Misaki didn't seem to be affected by the harsh situation. She still had that elegant smile on her face. She tapped her cheeks with her white-gloved hand. She didn't seem nervous at all. She didn't seem nervous at all. That is why you should prepare for the worst. Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces became even more unsightly. Are you telling us to retreat? Borel's expression darkened. Do you know what the consequences are? What consequences? The Ailu Empire will be destroyed. Shokuhu Misaki looked at the old head of the Saito family with a half-smile. Do you think the Ailu Empire will be destroyed? Or do you think the human race will be destroyed? Borel was speechless. Are we going to give up just like that? Yak's voice was filled with unwillingness. Give up on the only city left. Give up on the Ailu Empire. Era. Shokuhu Misaki raised an eyebrow. I'm not telling you to give up, I'm just telling you to prepare for the worst. After all, we have to fight a demigod-level Beast King without any demigod-level powerhouses around. That one sentence made everyone's mood drop even lower. Fighting a demigod-level Beast King without a demigod-level expert's help. How are we supposed to fight? R1152. Chapter 1907. How many people were there in the Spalier world? Unlike Earth, although there were 3 empires that ruled over the Spalier world, in this world where the strong were respected, there were conflicts between people every minute and every second. Wars were unavoidable. Under such circumstances, not to mention how many people there were in the Spalier world, just the number of people who died every day in the Spalier world was definitely in the thousands. Yes. At least 1,000 people died every day. Because, in this world where the strong were respected, conflicts were everywhere. Since so many people died every day, naturally no one would be bored enough to count the number of people every day. However, even so, the Spalier world's population was much higher than Earth's. After all, just the Spalier world's size was 10 times larger than Earth's, and the ocean was even wider. Although there was no detailed count, the Spalier world's population was definitely close to 100 billion. Out of 100 billion people, there were only 5 demigod powerhouses. One could imagine how rare a demigod powerhouse was, and how difficult it was to advance to the demigod rank. Then, how strong were these rare and difficult to advance to the demigod rank? If one had to use data to show it, it would be very unclear if one used battle strength or how many times stronger than a Tier 9 powerhouse. However, in the Spalier world's history, there had been a large number of Tier 9 powerhouses besieging a demigod rank. That was something that happened a long time ago, and Kite and the others only knew about it from books. There was a passage recorded in the book. 20 Tier 9 powerhouses joined forces to fight a demigod rank powerhouse. The battle lasted for 3 whole days, and after 3 days, 17 of the 20 Tier 9 powerhouses were killed, and the demigod rank powerhouse was heavily injured. In the end, the remaining 3 peak stage Type 9 powerhouses carried out a suicidal attack, risking their lives to drag the demigod powerhouse down with them. The result: a demigod rank powerhouse, 3 Tier 9 powerhouses, and 17 other Tier 9 powerhouses. All of them have fallen. 20 Stage 9 powerhouses, and 3 of them were at the peak of Stage 9, just a step away from the demigod stage. Such a terrifying lineup. In the end. Yet, he was defeated by a newly ascended demigod. If it weren't for the fact that the remaining 3 Type 9 powerhouses had decisively dragged the demigod powerhouse down with them, they would have been dead already. In the end, it was still unknown whether that demigod expert would fall or not. This was the terror of a demigod. Of course, compared to the beast kings that attacked the Ailu Empire. That demigod expert had relied on his own strength to break through, and his strength was definitely stronger than this beast king who relied on the strength of a false god. However, Kite did not have a peak Type 9 expert on his side, right? Excluding Shokuhu Misaki and the rest, there were only Kite, Lei Wang, Poro, and Yak. Including Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria, there were only 9 of them. However, there wasn't a single peak Type 9 among them. With such a lineup, the best outcome of the battle against the fake Beast King would be the same as what was recorded in the history books: mutual destruction. Fight? How? Moreover, Kite and the rest didn't know that the 5 girls had reached Stage 9. When they heard that they had to deal with a demigod expert, their hearts sank. As a result, under this heavy atmosphere, everyone fell silent, causing the oppressive atmosphere to spread uncontrollably. At this moment, Sylph, who was sitting at the side, suddenly spoke. "Where is he?" Everyone was taken aback, but they soon understood who Sylph was referring to. Shokuhu Misaki looked at Sylph meaningfully and smiled. "He's different from us who have to deal with a false beast king. He's the one who's shouldering the greatest burden. He's trying his best to deal with the beast god that's locked up in his house. I wonder if he's putting his life on the line." When they heard this, other than the girls, everyone, including Sylph, trembled. 20 Type 9 powerhouses could only deal with 1 demigod powerhouse. Wouldn't that formula be the same when used between the god and demigod ranks? No. Or rather, if 20 demigod rank powerhouses joined forces to fight a true deity rank powerhouse, would these 20 demigod rank powerhouses be able to drag the deity rank powerhouse down with them to their deaths? The answer to this question was, impossible. Even if the 20 demigods were all peak demigods, the answer would still be the same. There was no other reason than a famous saying in cultivation that everyone knew: the higher the level, the greater the gap between the levels. In other words, if 20 level 9 powerhouses could perish together with a level 9 powerhouse who had just entered the level of demigod, then using the principle that the higher the level, the greater the disparity, 20 level 9 powerhouses would definitely not be able to perish together with a level 9 powerhouse. But even so, Violet and the other demigods from Silveria were able to hold off a demigod. How could they hold off a demigod? How could they hold off a mere demigod? When they thought of this, a strong emotion burned in Carter and the rest's hearts. Shokuhu Misaki's words dispelled the depression and despair in Carter and the rest's hearts. However, that doesn't mean their doubts are gone. You're saying that he intends to work with Lady Violet and the other demigods to take on a demigod beast king? Sylph's frosty expression showed a hint of worry. Will he be fine? How could he be fine? A cold glint flashed across Borel's eyes when he mentioned Wu Yen. He's just a little brat with some talent. He might have reached stage 9 at such a young age, but he's so arrogant that he wants to take on a demigod that we can only seal and guard day and night. He must be tired of living. Does he think he's on the same level as a demigod? Borel didn't hide the resentment in his voice when he said that. It was only natural. Who was Borel? He was the old patriarch of the Saito family, the second most powerful family in the Ailu Empire. Borel's grandson, Bingling, suffered at the hands of Wu Yen in the Spalier World Academy. He was easily defeated by Wu Yen in front of the entire academy. Since then, Borel didn't have a good impression of Wu Yen. When the Tower of Arena's projection came to meet Wu Yen, Borel's attitude was extremely bad. Later on, during the council meetings, Borel heard from Carter and Lei Wang about how good Wu Yan's performance was, how high his talent was, and how incredible his achievements were. Not only did he have a group of talented young women by his side, he even had a demigod supporting him. This made Borel, who didn't have a good impression of Wu Yen, even more jealous of Wu Yen. That's not all. What's more important is that Borel's second son, Marcus, was killed by Wu Yen. Marcus betrayed the humans and helped the Beast King. In the end, he attracted the power of a false god and turned into a monster. He even wanted to seek revenge. His death was not enough to cover up the fact that Wu Yen killed Borel's son. On top of that, Borel's second grandson, Bing Mian, was first heavily injured by his own scheme and then turned into a monster after receiving the power of a false god. After that, Wu Yen chased Bing Mian to the Saito family's base and crippled him. How could Borel not hate Wu Yen? Everyone knew that Marcus and Bing Mian had only themselves to blame and deserved to die. However, these two people who deserved to die were indeed Borel's son and grandson. Therefore, while the outsiders were laughing at the Saito family, they continued to talk about Wu Yen enthusiastically and spread Wu Yan's reputation. Borel hated Wu Yen to the core. Even though Bola knew that this isn't the time for sarcastic remarks, it's still the time for humanity to unite to survive this calamity. He didn't even think about hiding his hatred for Wu Yen, he didn't even think about holding back as he directly mocked Wu Yen. But it was a pity that Borel's sarcasm had unknowingly touched his reverse scale. Shing! Just as Borel's sarcastic words fell, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Raising a petite fist wrapped in berserk airflow, she heavily smashed it towards Borel's face. Chapter 1908. Swish! Gazing at the sudden, petite fist that was like a cannonball tearing through the air, a sense of crisis suddenly surged in Borel's heart. It told Borel that if he was hit by this petite fist, he wouldn't have a good ending. At that moment, Borel's expression changed. He didn't even think about it as he used the special ice do-chi of the Saito family to wrap around Borel's body like an ice blue fog. Borel's body flashed and retreated backwards. The fist that was aimed at Borel smashed heavily into the seat that Borel had been sitting on. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, the dazzling seat made of pure gold was instantly shattered into pieces by the fist that was hundreds of times smaller than it. Like a bullet, the shattered pieces scattered in all directions. Bolu, who had hastily retreated, was naturally unable to retreat far away. Although he managed to avoid the terrifying punch that was hurtling towards him, he was still caught up by the fragments that spread out like bullets. In the next moment, the shattered back of the chair smashed into Borel's chest. Bang! Humph! With a muffled sound, Borel let out a muffled groan as he was struck by the back of the chair made of pure gold. His body that was retreating suddenly accelerated as he flew backwards. He crashed into a wall not far away. Carter, Lei Wang, Yak, and the others who didn't expect Borel to be attacked all of a sudden turned pale. Cough cough. Borel slid down from the wall and staggered. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. With one hand on the wall and the other on his chest, he felt the blood in his chest rushing to his face, causing his face to turn red. He couldn't stop coughing. Humph. Unknowingly, Kinohara Sayai, who was standing in front of Borel's seat, retracted her fist that was surging with air and stared at Borel. She snorted coldly. Then, she said in disdain. You're just an old man who flaunts his seniority. You've turned into this half-dead state after taking a punch from me, but you're so arrogant that you dare to comment on the owner of our capital of a different generation. You must be tired of living. Do you think your superpower is on par with his? This sentence had only been slightly modified. The content was more or less the same. It was just that the target had changed, and the words were returned to Borel, causing an angry expression to appear on Borel's face. Seeing the anger on Borel's face, as Borel's old rival, the Thunder King, who understood Bolu's character the best, was immediately shocked and shouted loudly. Stop! However, Bolu completely ignored the Thunder Lord. The frost dough chi that was rolling around his body a moment ago was like steam, violently surging out from his body. With a single step, his body turned into a black shadow as he charged towards Kinohara Sayai. But that was the end of it. Boz! Just as Borel was about to kill this arrogant little girl with his palm, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in front of him and swept across Borel's body. Under the reverberation of that bizarre ripple, Bolu felt as though he was trapped in a swamp. His charging body came to a halt and he froze in front of Kinohara Sayai. And all of this was out of Borel's control. Such a strange situation caused Borel's expression to change again and again. He could only raise his head with difficulty and look in the direction where the strange ripples came from. Then, what entered Borel's eyes was Shokuho Misaki's elegant smile, but there was no trace of a smile in her beautiful eyes. Instead, there was a trace of coldness and a strange glint. Without a doubt, this was all Shokuho Misaki's doing. But, how is this possible? He was a rank 9 powerhouse. How could he be suppressed by a little girl who just graduated from the academy? What kind of method did she use? It was a pity that before Borel could figure it out, the petite fist that was wrapped in chaotic energy swung out once more. This time, it landed heavily on Borel's abdomen. Pang! Puchi! As though he was struck by a heavy hammer, Borel spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the ground. The entire place was silent. Seeing Borel lying on the ground, his face pale and blood flowing out of his mouth, struggling to get up, everyone was speechless. They could only look at Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, and the rest of the girls in shock. There was nothing they could do about it. A veteran 9th stage powerhouse had been knocked down by these young girls who were not even 20 years old, right in front of their own eyes. It seems that you're not wrong to say that you're taking advantage of your seniority. Kinohara Sayai retracted her fist and mocked. Can't you see our strength? After hearing Kinohara Sayai's words, everyone realized that the aura of these young ladies, which they could still see through not too long ago, was now like a dense fog in the rain, unable to be clearly sensed. What does this mean? It means that Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Estria's strength is not something they can easily discern. There are only two possibilities in this situation. 1. The other party has cultivated some kind of secret technique or battle technique that allows them to hide their strength. 2. The other party's strength is on the same level as them or even higher. Once the other party retracts their aura, they can't clearly sense their strength. Looking at how Kinohara Sayai was able to knock Bora to the ground with just a wave of her hand, wasn't it obvious whether it was the first possibility or the second one? Thinking up to this point, Carter and the rest were stunned and couldn't react in time. How hateful. Lying on the ground, Bolu, who was in severe pain, spat out words full of hatred with difficulty. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up. However, he still ignored the severe pain in his body and desperately supported himself with his trembling hands, intending to stand up. It was obvious that Borel didn't want to let this matter rest. However, it wasn't hard to understand. As a Type 9 powerhouse, since when did Borel receive such treatment? Not to mention being knocked to the ground by a little girl who looked like she had yet to reach adulthood. With Bola's pride, he would never allow that to happen. Stop right there. Borel's voice, which was full of hatred, woke Carter up. Seeing that Borel still wanted to attack, his face immediately sank, and his sharp eyes fell on Borel. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Borel's body froze and he couldn't move anymore. Kinohara-san, please don't get angry, Carter said as he turned to look at Shokuho Misaki. This is a matter of life and death for humanity, isn't it foolish to fight among ourselves? So everyone knows. Shokuho Misaki smiled coldly. If that's the case, why didn't this old man who flaunts his seniority think about the survival of mankind? Why did he mock his companions at this time? Borel's expression turned ugly. Carter and the rest were speechless. Shokuho Misaki, who was acting nonchalant just a moment ago, still had a faint smile on her face. However, her gaze was so cold that it was scary. She looked around with Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Estria. Your Majesty Carter, there's something I have to say. Shokuho Misaki looked straight at Carter. Actually, we don't care even if the humans of the Spalier world are wiped out. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The only reason we came here is because that man wanted us to. That man is just like us, he doesn't want to be the savior of the world. He just couldn't bear to see his friends suffer such a calamity. Shokuho Misaki stroked her hair and turned around. So, don't let our good impression of you go to zero. Otherwise, we won't stand by and do nothing. After that, Shokuho Misaki turned around and left as if she had nothing else to say to Carter and the rest. Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Estria leaped up and followed after Shokuho Misaki. Looking at the group of girls gradually leaving, and then looking at Borel who was still lying on the ground with a pale face and coughing up blood, everyone fell silent. Chapter 1909. Carter and the others watched Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Estria leave the hall in silence. If it were another group of people who said something like, I have nothing to do with the extinction of mankind, Kite would definitely regard them as an unstable factor. He would either lock them in a jail cell or push them out of the city to feed the magical beasts to prevent any complications from happening. However, if it was Shokuho Misaki and the others, Carter wouldn't dare to do anything to them even if he was dissatisfied. Ignoring the fact that they are all Tier 9 combatants, the fact that they have Yakumo Yukari as their backer and the fact that the 5 demigods from the Spalier world are still in their territory strengthening the Beast King's seal, Carter couldn't do anything to them. Furthermore, it wasn't Shokuho Misaki and the others' fault to begin with. It was Bolu's fault for bringing up the most important person in the hearts of these beautiful roses. Given how casual these people were, they were already giving Carter a lot of face by not killing Bolu on the spot. Carter couldn't help but smile bitterly at this. It seems like we have crossed their bottom line. Yeah. The Beast King also smiled bitterly. That little fellow is really lucky, Your Majesty. Only Yak looked at Borel, who was spitting blood and struggling on the ground, with a gloomy expression. Bolu is the pillar of Ailu Empire's second house. Are you going to watch him get beaten up like this? Just like Bolu, Yak's second in command, Andrew, also died at the hands of Wu Yen. Andrew wasn't Yak's son, so they weren't close. Yak didn't hate Wu Yen like Bolu did, but he didn't have a good impression of Wu Yen either. That's why Yak wanted to help Bolu vent his anger. However, just as Yak finished speaking, a cold gaze swept over him, causing his body to stiffen. Sylph stood up from her seat and walked towards Borel, who was struggling on the ground. She looked down at Borel and said, "Don't worry, Borel. Don't worry, Borel. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sylph will remember that you have offended my fiancé." Sylph turned around and walked towards the entrance, ignoring Borel, who was getting paler and paler. "It's over," Kite muttered. His voice was filled with shock and jealousy. "Even Sylph is angry because of that brat." Lei Wang sighed. He knew how much Carter doted on his daughter. He turned to Fei Fei. "Fei Fei, you have a good relationship with those girls, why don't you go take a look?" Fei Fei nodded her head without hesitation and ran out. The remaining people all looked at Borel, whose old eyes were filled with anger and haze as he laid on the ground, no longer struggling. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions. On the other hand, Fei Fei managed to catch up to Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria, who weren't in a hurry to leave. When Fei Fei caught up to Shokuho Misaki and the others, she was surprised to see Sylph there as well. Fei Fei. Astria, who was close to Fei Fei, wanted to greet Fei Fei, but she remembered what happened in the hole. She humphed coldly and turned away. It was obvious Astria was angry. She thought Fei Fei was on Bolu's side, so she got angry at Fei Fei too. Fei Fei found it funny. "Shokuho, it's our fault for what happened just now. I apologize on behalf of His Majesty and the others." Fei Fei looked at Shokuho Misaki with sincerity. "No matter what, we are now comrades in the same faction. Even if you don't care about me, please don't make things difficult for His Majesty and the others for Yan's sake, okay?" Shokuho Misaki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sylph said the same thing just now. "Princess." Fei Fei looked at Sylph in surprise. She didn't expect Sylph to speak up for Shokuho Misaki. It was obvious that Sylph was on Shokuho Misaki's side, not Wu Yan's. "I didn't mean to speak up for them," Sylph said expressionlessly when she saw Fei Fei's surprise. "I just don't want father's relationship with them to deteriorate too much." Fei Fei knew that Sylph was telling the truth. She couldn't help but reveal a troubled expression. "It's fine, don't worry. We're not that petty. His Majesty and the others are His Majesty, and that old bastard is that old bastard. We won't blame you because of that old bastard," Shokuho Misaki said in an annoyed tone. "Seriously, you always use little Yen to pressure us. You know we have no choice but to compromise when we hear that name. In the end, you couldn't have been worried that we would run away, right?" Frenda mocked with a grin. "Do we look like we're going to run away?" "Yes. Yen hopes that we can help you." Takitsubu Riku shook her head. "That's why we will stay. Don't worry." Both Sylph and Fei Fei heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Even though Sylph and Fei Fei are on Wu Yan's side, the Ailu Empire is their home. They don't want to see Shokuho Misaki's relationship with the Ailu Empire strained. You mentioned that he's trying to find a way to deal with the demigod Beast King, right? Sylph raised her head and looked at Shokuho Misaki with her icy blue eyes. Does he really have a way to deal with the demigod Beast King? Don't tell me you don't trust your own fiancé. Kanohata Sai grumbled in dissatisfaction. Or are you just like that old bastard? Do you really think your fiancé can't participate in a decision of that level? I'm just curious. Sylph didn't try to explain herself. Her expression was as cold as ever. I want to know, is there anything I can help you with? Ha! Astrio looked at Sylph with a surprised expression. Help. Shokuho Misaki looked at Sylph and saw her cold expression. She knew this was the most direct emotion in her heart. She couldn't help but smile. The only thing we can do is to trust him. Trust him. Feifei was shocked. Trust him. Sylph lowered her head and remained silent for a while. When she raised her head again, she nodded calmly with an unchanged expression. Understood. Seeing this, Shokuho Misaki muttered in her heart. It seems like Wu Yen found himself an interesting fiancé. I guess that's the only thing we can do. Feifei nodded after a while. Then, we'll leave the matter of the demigod Beast King to Lord Yen, Lord Yukari, and the other demigods. Let's focus on the enemies in front of us. Shokuho. Feifei asked. How do you think we should deal with the demonic beasts? Deal with the demonic beasts? Shokuho Misaki chuckled. Are you talking about the demonic beasts that are attacking the capital? Let's forget about it then. Not only Feifei, but even Sylph was taken aback when she heard this. Forget about it. What does she mean by that? Have you all forgotten that the reason why the magical beasts attack the humans is all because of the Beast King's command? Shokuho Misaki's words woke them up from their reverie. As long as we can get rid of that half-baked Beast King who relied on the power of a false god to climb to the top, then the magic beasts outside will collapse on their own. Why waste time on those magic beasts? Deal with the Beast King. Sylph repeated the same words. That's a demigod we're talking about. Feifei's expression darkened. Even if the other party is just an irregular demigod who took a shortcut, he's still not someone ordinary people can deal with. To deal with such an existence, we'll need at least 3 peak-tier 9th order powerhouses to fight to a draw. Only with 5 would we have a chance of winning, right? So... Shokuho Misaki's eyes glowed with excitement. We'll have to play some tricks. Tricks. This time, it wasn't just Sylph and Feifei. Even Kanohata Sai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria were paying attention. While everyone was focused, Shokuho Misaki finally spoke. Hey, can you help me find something? R1152. Chapter 1910. The night came quietly, however, the war was still going on. Demonic beasts are not inexhaustible. Even if the demonic beasts follow the orders of their king, stamina is not something they can force. Although the magical beasts were physically much stronger than humans, the magical beasts that were constantly attacking Royal City were tired when night fell. In addition, many magical beasts' magical powers, vision, and other factors were affected by the darkness. The tide-like magical beasts finally stopped their attacks at a certain moment. It was as though someone had given them an order. They roared and retreated in an orderly manner. But as mentioned earlier, even if night falls, the war will continue. There are many types of demonic beasts. Some move during the day, some are affected during the night. Of course, there are also those that move during the night. Compared to the day, there are more powerful nocturnal demonic beasts. This was something that the people on the walls of Royal City, who were already exhausted after a hard day of guarding the city walls, were aware of. It won't be long before the nocturnal demonic beasts take over the retreating demonic beasts and continue to attack the city. Therefore, the war will continue for both humans and demonic beasts. It's just that the demonic beasts will change batches and the guards will also change shifts. Thus, the demonic beasts took advantage of the night to hide themselves. As they gradually retreated into the surrounding mountains, the exhausted city guards who had been guarding the city for an entire day began to slowly relax their vigilance, and began to change shifts. At night, the city guards climbed up the city walls one after another. On the other hand, the guards who were guarding the city during the day dispersed into Monarch City with tired faces. In an instant, the entire Monarch City became extremely noisy, as though it was a market. They decided to give up on the other cities and concentrate all the fighting forces in Ailu Empire to defend the city. When they decided to use the city as a base to fight against the demonic beasts, all the civilians in Ailu Empire were evacuated. In order to prevent the civilians from being dragged into the war, Qin Yun has already arranged for them. Carter had already made arrangements to gather all the ordinary people in the city and those in need of refuge and send them overseas to seek temporary refuge. If the humans win this war, they will return to Ailu Empire. Then, the Ailu Empire would bring them back from overseas. In the end, if the humans were to lose this war, then these refugees would be the last hope of the human race. They would have to shoulder the task of reclaiming the continent of Silveria and engage in a war of attrition against the demons that would last for an unknown amount of time. That's a bit far-fetched. In short, it's because of this. Currently, there are no civilians in the city. Everyone is at least rank 5 warriors and magicians. There's not a single rank 4 in sight. In other words, these people in King's City were the strongest faction the Ailu Empire could muster. There was no other faction that could match up to them. The Baruba Empire and the Fea Empire should be in the same situation. Compared to the past, today's war against the demonic beasts went smoothly. There's no other reason. Because there's a new group of soldiers. 5,000 Misaka girls. No matter who these girls were, they all looked exactly the same. Anyone in the Spalier world would have heard of them. After all, the Misaka sisters had never hidden themselves. Not only did they hunt in the giant beast's forest, they even fought against demonic beasts in the giant beast's forest's campsite for a period of time. Furthermore, they looked exactly the same as the Misaka sisters and possessed the ability to control electricity. Even the people of the other two empires had heard of the Misaka sisters' existence, so how could the people of the Ailu Empire not know of them? It was only today that the people in the capital knew what kind of power this rather famous legion, whose members looked exactly the same, had. Disregarding everything else, just the performance of the 5,000 Misaka girls in the city today was enough to shock many people to the point of disbelief. There was no other reason other than the fact that all 5,000 Misaka sisters could display strength comparable to a Stage 8 powerhouse. Yes. 5,000 Rank 8 powerhouses. That's the reason why everyone was shocked to the point of disbelief. At this moment, almost all of the Rank 8 powerhouses in the Ailu Empire have gathered in the city to participate in this war that will decide the fate of the empire. Although the number of Rank 8 powerhouses in the city isn't all of the Rank 8 powerhouses in the Ailu Empire, it's at least 95% of the total number of Rank 8 powerhouses in the empire. Then, how many Rank 8 powerhouses are there in the city? Rank 8 powerhouses are very important in the battle. That's why the number of Rank 8 powerhouses in the city has already been calculated. Since the start of the war, there's a total of 1,188 Rank 8 powerhouses in the city. How many Rank 8 demonic beasts are there? Humans haven't calculated this point. However, based on the number of Rank 8 demonic beasts that attacked the city during the day, there were at least a few hundred Rank 8 demonic beasts in each direction. The total number of demonic beasts from all 4 directions is about 2,000 to 3,000 Rank 8 demonic beasts. If you include the nocturnal demonic beasts that attack at night, then there's about 5,000 Rank 8 demonic beasts. In terms of rank 8, the Misaka sisters are more than enough to fight against the demonic beasts that attacked the Ailu Empire. In other words, the demonic beasts' numbers in every rank are higher than the humans. But with the arrival of the Misaka sisters, the situation has been completely reversed. Of course, numbers aren't everything. The Misaka sisters might be able to display rank 8 battle prowess, but that's only between the beginner and intermediate rank 8. On the other hand, the demonic beasts and Ailu Empire's rank 8 demonic beasts were mostly at the peak of rank 8. Any one of them could easily take on 2 or 3 Misaka sisters. Even so, the presence of these 5,000 Misaka sisters is enough to affect the outcome of the war. At this rate, as long as the rank 9 demonic beasts and pseudo-beast kings don't show up, it's only a matter of time before the humans defeat the demonic beasts. Carter and Lei Wang couldn't help but feel relieved that Shokuhu Misaki didn't back out because of the conflict during the day. If she did, they would have lost their only hope of victory. Even Borel and Yak, who hated Shokuhu Misaki and the rest, shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. However, is it possible that the rank 9 demonic beasts and pseudo-beast kings won't show up? Of course, that's impossible. Thus, Shokuhu Misaki made a decision that shocked Sylph and Fei Fei after they parted on bad terms in the morning. The terrain of Royal City was actually similar to a basin. Although it wasn't as high as the surrounding area and as low as the center, King's City was surrounded by an irregular circular mountain range. The irregular circular mountain range that surrounded the capital was the habitat of the demonic beasts that attacked the capital. As the night grew darker, the magical beasts retreated into the mountain range. About 1.5 hours later, the nocturnal magical beasts began to move in the mountain range. They stepped on the flattened roads and growled as they descended the mountain and headed in the direction of Royal City. On the path of one of the groups of Class 7 magical beasts, there was a small mound not too far away. At a certain moment, several black silhouettes passed by and silently landed on the ground. The black figures tried their best to suppress their breathing as they quietly hid on the ground. Their auras, which were more obvious compared to the magical beasts, were also suppressed to the minimum. It was not easy for them to hide from the sharp senses and smell of the magical beasts. These silhouettes are all beautiful young women. They are Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria, who were supposed to be in King's City. Not only Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, and Astria, but even Sylph and Fei Fei are hiding here. However, Sylph and Fei Fei looked more serious than Shokuhu Misaki and Astria. Are you sure you want to do this? Even Sylph couldn't maintain her usual cold tone. Her voice was laced with disapproval. I think it's too dangerous. Since we're already here, even if you try to persuade me, I won't retreat. Shokuhu Misaki purposely said this sentence in a playful manner, but her next sentence was laced with a sense of nervousness. Tonight, we will assassinate the half-baked beast king hiding behind the scenes. Chapter 1911. Tonight, we will assassinate that half-baked beast king hiding behind the scenes. When these words came out of Shokuhu Misaki's mouth and entered everyone's ears, an indescribable pressure pressed down on everyone's heart, causing the atmosphere to become heavy. Assassinate a fake beast king. In other words, Shokuhu Misaki was planning to assassinate the closest person to demigod rank. This was undoubtedly a very crazy and suicidal thing to do. If there was a peak Type 9 expert who specialized in concealment, they might be able to give it a try. However, Shokuhu Misaki and the rest did not have a single peak Type 9 expert. Aside from Astria, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku were only at the beginning of Tier 9. Compared to a peak Tier 9 expert, the difference was huge. As for Sylph and Fei Fei, they weren't even at the peak of Tier 9. This team of 7, with the strongest being at the early stage of the 9th stage and barely reaching the mid-stage of the 9th stage, and 2 of them being at the 8th stage, could even assassinate a peak 9th stage powerhouse, let alone a pseudo-semi-god powerhouse. Of course, Astrea has Pandora mode. Once she enters Pandora mode, her strength will increase by leaps and bounds. She might even reach the peak of rank 9. Even so, the success rate of an assassination attempt is pitifully low. No matter what. Although he was a dabbler, he still had 1 foot over the demigod barrier and could not be compared to a real demigod powerhouse. Even so, he was still much stronger than a peak tier 9 expert. That was why Shokuhu Misaki's words sounded like crazy, courting death, and audacious to others. But even in such a dangerous situation, Shokuhu Misaki still had that elegant smile on her face. It made people wonder if Shokuhu Misaki really knew how to assassinate a fake Beast King. If Shokuhu Misaki could really assassinate a fake Beast King, then the Ailu Empire's crisis would be resolved. When they thought of this, Sylph and Feifei felt a trace of hope in their hearts. However, they still didn't have high hopes for Shokuhu Misaki. Are you sure about this? Feifei sounded hesitant. If we fail, you should know what the consequences are, right? How about this? How about this? Shokuhu Misaki glanced at Sylph and Feifei. Let's maintain the current situation. Once that half-baked Beast King makes his move, you should know what the consequences are, right? Sylph and Feifei choked at the same time. That's right, if the current situation continues, Ailu Empire will be annihilated once the fake Beast King makes his move. This was because without the help of a demigod, no one would be able to deal with a fake Beast King. Even if all the experts in King City, including Tier 9 experts, were to make a move. In other words, if they don't take care of the fake Beast King, the Ailu Empire's fate will not be good. Now, the demonic beasts have yet to send out their Class 9 demonic beasts, while the Ailu Empire's Tier 9 experts are still waiting. Both sides are holding each other back. Let's see who will make the first move and break the stalemate. Shokuhu Misaki said as she looked ahead. But that is only temporary. The one who will decide the outcome of this war is the real deal. It's none other than that half-baked Beast King hiding behind the scenes. As long as he makes a move, Ailu Empire will be destroyed without a doubt. Once he dies, Ailu Empire's victory will be decided. Shokuhu Misaki sighed. The reason why the half-baked Beast King didn't make a move now is because it thinks the Ailu Empire's guardian deity is still in King City. That's why the half-baked Beast King doesn't dare to act rashly. Once it finds out that the guardian deity has left King City, it will be able to act without restraint. When that happens, Shokuhu Misaki didn't finish her sentence. Everyone knew what she was going to say next. Do you understand now? Shokuhu Misaki said with a half-smile when she saw Sylph and Feifei's expressions darkening. Now is not the time to decide if we should make a move or not. If we don't make a move, we won't have a chance of winning. Sylph and Feifei were speechless. I feel that even if we were to make a move, it's not like we have a chance of winning. Kinohita Sai lowered her body and grumbled. Our opponent is stronger than a peak tier 9. To be honest, Kinohita, I'm really nervous. If I were to express my opinion, I would say the same thing. Even Kinohita Sai admitted that she was nervous. Frenda, who was the most timid among them, laughed awkwardly. By the way, aren't we supposed to stall for time? Yukari told everyone to buy as much time as possible. As long as they can buy enough time for Wu Yan to return from his mission, the pseudo-god Beast King and the 3 pseudo-beast kings won't be able to do anything to them. Was that what Frenda was trying to say? Before Shokuhu Misaki could say anything, Takitsubo Riku shook her head. Shokuhu isn't the kind of person who would choose to defend passively. Instead of waiting in fear in King City, Shokuho prefers to eliminate the fear factor and then easily solve the problem. Takitsubu knows me best. Shokuho Misaki smiled. She blinked her starry eyes. It's better to eliminate the threat first. If we fail, we can just run away. Everyone nodded helplessly at Shokuho Misaki's mischievous smile. Then, Shokuhane-san. Estrella asked carefully. Do you want me to make a move? Listen to my instructions. Shokuho Misaki said. She looked at Sylph and Feifei. You two stay here. Regardless of whether we succeed or fail, the demonic beasts will riot. I will need your help then. Sylph and Feifei nodded solemnly. Be careful. Shokuho Misaki smiled and nodded. She looked at Takitsubu Riku and their eyes met. Takitsubu Riku understood what Shokuho Misaki meant. For some reason, her eyes started trembling as if she was electrocuted. Bzzz. Frenda's eyes twitched. She raised her hand and waved it. Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Estrella all disappeared into thin air. That's Takitsubu Riku's ability, personal reality interference. He could enhance, weaken, exchange, and change other people's superpowers as he wished, and could even create a multi-ability user. Just now, Takitsubu Riku had used this ability to interfere with Frenda's personal reality, giving Frenda the ability to deceive the five senses of all creatures and prevent them from sensing her own existence. Now, even the demonic beasts with super-sensitive senses won't be able to sense Shokuho Misaki's group. While Sylph and Feifei were looking around in shock, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Estrella carefully crossed the small hill and headed deeper into the mountain range. Although he doesn't know where the Beast King that led the demonic beasts to attack Ailu Empire is, high-level demonic beasts have a habit. No matter where they are, they will always find a place deeper than the lower-level demonic beasts. The higher the level, the more arrogant demonic beasts will be. They won't tolerate the fact that their habitat is shallower than the lower-level demonic beasts. That's why they will be able to find the Beast King if they go deeper. Roar! 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 Shokuho Misaki and her party ignored the roars of the nocturnal magical beasts that were heading towards the King's city. Shokuho Misaki and her party made sure not to touch any of the magical beasts as they made their way deeper into the mountain. Got to say, the demonic beasts have a keen sense of smell. Even with Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's combined efforts, the demonic beasts couldn't detect Shokuho Misaki and her group. However, when Shokuho Misaki and her group got within a certain distance, the demonic beasts would turn around and look in their direction. Shokuho Misaki and her group had no choice but to keep a certain distance from the demonic beasts. Under such circumstances, after an unknown amount of time, a light appeared in front of them. Chapter 1912. Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Estrella were hiding behind a few trees. They peeked their heads out and looked ahead. What appeared in front of the group of girls was an extremely peculiar scene. It was a vast woodland surrounded by aged trees. Unlike the other places in the mountain range, this forest was lit up even in the middle of the night. Even though it wasn't fully lit up, it wasn't affected by the darkness of the night. In the forest, numerous large magical beasts that faintly gave off a ferocious and dangerous aura were patrolling the area. These magical beasts were clearly Class 8 at the very least. Flying magical beasts constantly flew past in the air, taking in the entire scene below. Between the trees and the forest, there were also magical beasts with exceptional night vision keeping watch. Their sharp eyes that shone with either scarlet or green colors frequently swept across the surrounding dark corners. Their vigilant appearance made one involuntarily think of the word strict when looking at them. Compared to this solemn scene, not a single magical beast made a single sound in the forest. Not to mention the inherent roars, there wasn't even the slightest bit of noise. In such a situation, the slightest movement in the surroundings would be noticed. They would all be noticed by the Class 8 magical beasts patrolling the forest, scanning the trees, and hovering in the sky. At that time, all the magical beasts in the forest would rush over as long as one magical beast cried out, right? Unfortunately, the demonic beasts didn't know that. Even though they were patrolling the forest, they still couldn't prevent others from invading. At this moment, the 5 intruders who were hiding behind the trees turned their gazes to a certain direction in the forest. There were many demonic beasts patrolling the area. In the middle of the forest surrounded by trees, a very out-of-place tent stood there for a long time. The tent was about the size of an ordinary house. The source of light in the forest was the flames burning on top of the 8 wooden stakes around the tent. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the magical beasts in the forest were patrolling around the only tent, and within the tent, there was a faint silhouette swaying along with the flames. There was no doubt about it. A person who could be protected by a large group of demonic beasts. That person must have shed his beast form. A beast king in human form. The group of girls stared at the tent at the same time. Then, they looked at each other and nodded. In the darkness, a few blurry shadows flashed from behind the trees. They nimbly went around the trees and kept a safe distance from the patrolling demonic beasts. They charged towards the tent. Although the forest was heavily guarded, and the closer they got to the tent, the higher the level of the demonic beasts guarding it. However, these demonic beasts were at most at the peak of the 8th level. They couldn't see through the girls' tricks. As long as there weren't any 9th level demonic beasts guarding it, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Therefore, the patrolling demonic beasts, as well as the demonic beasts on the trees and in the air, didn't notice that the black shadows that represented death were rapidly approaching the center of the forest. They were flying towards the tent. Of course, the girls could only get close to the tent when they were 200 meters away. Because on the ground 200 meters around the tent, magical beasts that were even larger than the patrolling magical beasts were lying there. Their auras were even more powerful, and their appearances were incomparably sinister. Their scarlet eyes were wide open as they scanned the surroundings. They were the 9th level demonic beasts that hadn't appeared before. There were a total of 10 9th level demonic beasts lying around the tent. Some of them were in the form of snakes, some of them were half human half dragon, some of them were in the form of wolves, and some of them were in the form of cats and tigers. They were the last line of defense. The girls came to a stop in unison. Even the clumsy Astrea came to a screeching halt. She stopped in mid-air and held her breath. She didn't want to startle the powerful Tier 9 demonic beasts. Shokuhu Misaki, who didn't have the best physique, was carried by Astrea. She looked at the powerful demonic beasts in front of her and nodded to Takitsubu Riku. Takitsubu Riku immediately understood, and her already trembling pupils trembled even more. A ripple that no one else could sense spread out from Takitsubu Riku to Shokuhu Misaki and Kanuhata Sayai. Takitsubu Riku had to maintain her ability so she couldn't interfere with her personal reality. However, if she wanted to interfere with someone's personal reality, no matter how many demonic beasts there were, as long as they were within Takitsubu Riku's line of sight, she would be able to interfere with their personal reality. And so, Shokuhu Misaki and Kanuhata Sayai were granted the ability to conceal their 5 senses under Takitsubu Riku's ability, just like Frenda. In front of a Class 9 magical beast, Frenda would be in danger of being discovered if she was alone. But if Frenda couldn't do it alone, then Shokuhu Misaki and Kanuhata Sayai should be able to do it. The concealment ability of the 3 of them came into effect. The girl's presence became weaker until it was as weak as a rock. Only then did the group of girls start moving again. With Shokuhu Misaki in her arms, Astrea glided past the Tier 9 demonic beasts without causing any disturbance in the air. Kanuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku might not be able to fly, but in Academy City, the three of them used to be members of the Black Ops, so they had done a lot of assassinations. Thus, they were quite good at hiding, not even a single Class 9 demonic beast noticed them. It didn't take long for the girls to arrive at the two sides of the tent. As Ri looked at the tent in front of him, the group of girls exchanged glances with each other before turning their attention to Kanuhata Sai. Kanuhata Sai squinted her eyes and stretched out a finger. A small whirlwind appeared on her finger and stuck it into the tent. Then, a few tiny holes appeared in front of the girls. The situation inside the tent was exposed to the girls' eyes. In the brightly lit tent, there was only one figure sitting inside. It was a very tall and sturdy man, as tall and sturdy as a bear. At this moment, the strong man was sitting on a tiger skin rug on the ground. In front of him was a shapeless beast that was dripping with blood. The robust man directly stretched out his hand and tore off a piece of meat from the bloody beast in front of him. Then, he ate it with relish, causing his rough mouth to be stained with blood. It was obvious that the muscular man was eating. The girls outside the tent frowned at the sight of the man eating raw beast meat. Estrella even had a disgusted look on her face. For Estrella, who loved to eat, this was the most disgusting, boorish, and wasteful behavior she had ever seen. Forget Estrella, even Kanuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku, who had been in the Black Ops for so many years, had never seen such a gory scene of raw meat being eaten. They couldn't help but avert their gazes for a moment. Shokuho Misaki was the only one who didn't frown. She took in everything inside the tent and her gaze stopped on a porcelain pot beside the muscular man. The porcelain pot was filled with water. Shokuho Misaki rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. She used her mind control ability to communicate with Kanuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Estrella telepathically. Estrella-chan, fly to the top of the tent and do what Kanuhata did. Dig a hole on the top of the tent. Remember, don't get caught. Got it. Estrella nodded obediently. She flapped her white wings and flew to the top of the tent. Shokuho Misaki said to Takitsubo Riku. Takitsubo, give Frenda the ability to control water vapor. We're going. Chapter 1913. Phew. In the tent, the robust man who had eaten his fill exhaled a long breath. He did not mind the blood in his mouth and treated it like soup. He wiped it all over his face. As he wiped it, he muttered to himself in a coarse voice. Even though the portion is sufficient, it's still the meat of a normal beast. It's tasteless, it can't even be compared to the trash outside. Human meat is still better. The robust man grinned as he spoke, as if he was reminiscing about something. Come to think of it, after the invasion of Ailu Empire, he must have enjoyed the flesh of many unlucky people who fell into the tiger's mouth. But it was only a few days ago that the muscular man was able to enjoy a good meal. Ever since Ailu Empire transferred all the resources and manpower from the cities, the muscular man didn't manage to catch a single human. There are so many humans in that broken city, yet I can't even enjoy a good meal. How annoying. The muscular man didn't look as cold as the Beast King. His personality was a little rough, he cursed and swore. After staying here for so many days, I really don't know when I'll be able to destroy that city. Humans are too stubborn. Can't they just be obedient and become food? How dare they resist? They don't know what's good for them. Might as well just crush that city. Of course, that's what he said. But the muscular man didn't dare to do so. The muscular man clearly remembered when the beast god bestowed him with the power of a false god, allowing him to be reborn and lead the demonic beast army to attack Ailu Empire. Before he arrived, the beast god had solemnly warned him not to act rashly and provoke the humans' capital. That's because there's a demigod guardian god residing in each of the three capital cities of the three empires. The muscular man knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He wouldn't be able to fight against the guardians of Ailu Empire. He didn't know how long the beast god had ascended to demigod rank. His current strength is definitely not as simple as a demigod. The muscular man knew his family's strength. Naturally, he also knew that he, who took a shortcut, wouldn't be a match for the veteran guardian god. The Beast King also knew this, that's why he ordered the 3 Beast Kings to lead the demonic beast army to attack the human world. As for other matters, they could do whatever they wanted. However, once they encountered the 3 protectors of the 3 empires, it would be fine if they were entangled, but they couldn't continue fighting. Otherwise, they would definitely die a horrible death. If it was just a simple entanglement. Even if the 3 Beast Kings were only half-baked pseudo-Beast Kings, as long as the 3 guardian gods were not demigod pinnacle, there would not be much of a problem. The Beast King had never expected these 3 fake Beast Kings to defeat the 3 guardian deities. His main goal was to let these 3 fake Beast Kings hold back the 3 guardian deities and lead the magical beast army to attack the human world. In that case, if the guardian deity was entangled with the fake Beast King, it wouldn't be too difficult for the magical beasts, who were generally stronger and more numerous than humans, to win. Therefore, no matter how impatient the strong man was, he had to endure it. At the very least, he had to endure it and not take the initiative to attack. Of course, that was because the strong man did not know that the protectors of the 3 empires were no longer in Monarch City. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stop himself from attacking and destroying the entire Monarch City. If only those trash of the same race could take down that broken city by themselves. The robust man snorted coldly. Otherwise, if those 2 fellows beat me to it, I would definitely be laughed at. The magical beasts were not truly united. It was a relationship between the hunter and the hunted. If they were not of the same species, who would part on good terms? This time, the 3 pseudo-beast kings that the Beast King bestowed with the power of the false gods were all different kinds of magical beasts. Moreover, before they obtained the power of the false gods and shed their beast bodies, they were still magical beasts at the peak of the 9th rank. The 3 pseudo-beast kings had fought more than once over food, territory, and other issues. Of course, the relationship between the 3 fake Beast Kings was not any better. This time, the magical beasts had attacked the 3 empires. If the strong man was the last to succeed, he would definitely be laughed at in front of the other 2 fake Beast Kings in the future. He would also be subjected to a lot of cold words in the future. He might even lose the trust of the beast god in his heart. That was something the strong man would never allow. Thinking of this, the strong man narrowed his eyes. A dark light that represented negative emotions flashed across his beastly eyes. One must know that the power of the fake god would not only turn the user into a monster, it would also affect the user's mental state to a certain extent. Back then, whether it was Marcus or Bing Mian, after using the power of the fake god, the dark and ugly side of their hearts were completely exposed. The strong man was also affected. Even the Beast King was not immune. Otherwise, with the Beast King's cold personality, he would not have been so angry when he was sealed. However, magical beasts were originally much more bloodthirsty and cruel than humans. Therefore, in their opinion, this effect was probably not an effect at all, right? I must speed up the process. The dark emotions in the strong man's eyes subsided. He reached out his hand, wanting to take the porcelain pot filled with water that was placed beside him. However, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his head. The strong man's eyes immediately became alert. He abruptly raised his head and looked up. In the next moment, a few drops of cold water fell on the strong man's face, startling him slightly. It was only then that the strong man discovered that there were a few medium-sized holes on the top of his tent. Outside the holes, drops of water continued to drip in. There was also a whoosh sound outside the tent, causing the strong man to frown. Rain. It was indeed rain. The whoosh sound was the sound of the rain. The drops of water that caused the strong man's vigilance were naturally the rainwater that leaked into the tent. Human things are really useless. The strong man shifted his position with an unhappy expression. He reached out to grab the porcelain pot again. If I had known this would happen, I would have just found a cave to rest in. Why would I use a human tent? However, the strong man did not notice that a lot of the water that leaked in from outside the tent spilled into the porcelain pot. No, the strong man actually noticed this, but he did not pay it any mind. After all, rainwater could also be drunk, right? What the strong man did not notice was that among the rainwater that spilled into the porcelain pot, there was a drop of water with a different color that also dripped into the pot. At that moment, the strong man straightforwardly poured all the water in the porcelain pot into his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. In the next moment, the strong man felt an indescribable pain in his stomach. The robust man's complexion changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his hand heavily, and the porcelain pot in his hand flew away. Bang! When the sound of the porcelain pot breaking resounded throughout the tent, the robust man's body began to twitch. His face began to turn black and purple. At this moment, even if the strong man was stupid, he realized it. He was poisoned. Bang! Just as the robust man's face turned black and purple, the side of the tent suddenly exploded. A figure wrapped in a swirling airflow rushed towards the robust man with a fierce collision sound. Looking at the figure that rushed towards him, the strong man's pupils shrunk slightly. He finally understood. He was plotted against. "You're courting death," the strong man furiously roared. At the same time, a turbid black gas surged out from his body. He raised his huge fist and fiercely punched the figure that rushed towards him. Whoosh! The sturdy man's physical strength was clearly at the top level even among the magical beasts. The heavy punch that was thrown out was mixed with a violent sonic boom and the sound of wind. In just a blink of an eye, it was like a cannonball that heavily bombarded the figure that was rushing over. PFFF. Even after receiving the strong man's ferocious blow, the expected tangible feeling did not reach the strong man's nerves. There was not even the slightest sound of collision. Under the bombardment of the huge fist, the figure that was rushing over actually trembled violently. Then, under the strong man's narrowed pupils, the figure directly dissipated with a strange sound. Although he had not been in human form for a long time and had not fought with humans for a long time, the strong man, who had fought with other magical beasts in the behemoth forest, knew what was going on in the next second. An afterimage. Just as his voice fell, another figure that was exactly the same as before, covered in a whirlwind like a ghost, flashed behind the strong man. Chapter 1914. Boom! In the forest in the middle of the night, a loud and violent sound suddenly resounded, frightening the patrolling magical beasts in the forest. Then, all of them roared angrily. That's because the explosion came from the only tent they were guarding. Boom! However, before the group of magical beasts could gather in the direction of the tent that was the size of a normal house suddenly exploded, turning into pieces of cloth that scattered in all directions with traces of smoke. Within the tent that had exploded, two figures faced each other at an extremely fast speed, as if repelling each other, and flew away. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of muffled stomping sounds, one of the two figures that flew backward continuously stomped on the ground with his thick feet. While stomping on the ground, the figure that flew backward gradually stabilized. When he completely stabilized his body, a burly man like a bear raised his head, revealing a greenish-black face that was filled with rage. Whoosh! Before the other figure could land on the ground, a figure with pure white wings descended from the sky and caught him in his arms. Then, he circled and landed beside the other three figures who had appeared out of nowhere. Needless to say, they were Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Takitsubo Riku, Frenda, and Astria. After the man was poisoned, the one who ambushed him was Kinohara Sayai. And it was Kinohara Sayai who was strengthened by Takitsubo Riku's ability. The afterimage that appeared before Kinohara Sayai's ambush was Shokuho Misaki's doing. To be precise, it wasn't an afterimage. It was just an illusion created by Shokuho Misaki's mind control. But even with Takitsubo Riku's buff and Shokuho Misaki's camouflage, Kinohara Sayai's ambush was noticed by the man and he managed to counterattack. While facing the man's counterattack, Kinohara Sayai was no match for him. Thus, Frenda threw a bomb doll into the tent and blew it up, allowing Kinohara Sayai to escape. In other words, the assassination attempt by the group of girls had failed. No. Well, it wasn't a failure. At least, the man was indeed poisoned by Shokuho Misaki's water vapor. When it started to rain, the poison mixed into the rain and sprinkled into the water that the strong man drank. That poison. It's the poison Shokuho Misaki asked Sylph and Feifei to prepare. It's the most potent poison in the Spalier world. Under the influence of the violent poison, the robust man's body was constantly on the verge of collapse. His face was constantly alternating between green and black, but the robust man still managed to hold on. Looking at the group of girls in front of him, a furious and ferocious roar suddenly rang out. Humans! You're courting death. Roar! 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 At this moment, the magical beasts in the forest were all roaring and rushing over in a frenzy. Capture them. Dead or alive. The strong man's roar resounded through the entire forest. Just as the strong man's roar fell, many black shadows shot out from the sky and trees, surrounding the group of girls. Among them were the 10 Class 9 demonic beasts. Looking at the numerous huge black shadows that were shooting towards them from all directions, the expressions of the group of young ladies changed slightly. With the help of the system, the girls could clearly sense that there were more than 10 Class 9 demonic beasts. There were also countless Class 8 demonic beasts. Even if Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria worked together, they had no choice but to retreat. But even if the girls wanted to retreat, the demonic beasts wouldn't let them. The magical beasts here had already surrounded the entire forest, so as soon as they came out, the flying magical beasts blocked the sky, and the surrounding magical beasts also rushed over. There was no way out. Therefore, if the girls wanted to escape, they could only force their way through. Astria-chan! Shokuho Misaki shouted. Astria raised her head abruptly. A sci-fi illusory frame appeared in her crimson eyes. An angelic halo appeared above her head. She flapped her pure white wings and shot into the air. The girls hurriedly followed. Stop them. Kill them. The strong man who was on the verge of collapse roared. Roar! Roar! Woo! All of a sudden, the eyes of the surrounding magical beasts glowed with a ferocious light. Their beast-like pupils were dyed red. One by one, the magical beasts roared and madly charged towards the group of girls. Astria flapped her pure white wings and dodged the charge of a Tier 9 demonic beast. She swung her laser sword at the head of a Tier 8 demonic beast that was following behind her. Pfft! The Tier 8 flying demonic beast didn't even have the chance to react to Astria's all-out attack. Her sword flashed and the demonic beast's head was severed from its neck. Blood splattered down from the sky. Astria's crimson eyes turned even colder after killing the Tier 8 demonic beast. She charged towards the swarm of flying demonic beasts. Pft, pft, pft. Laser swords and laser swords sliced through the bodies of the demonic beasts like they were dried twigs. Blood splattered everywhere and severed limbs fell to the ground like garbage. It didn't take long for a gap to open up in the sky above the army of flying magical beasts that blotted out the sky. Astrio led the way while Kanuhata Sayai carried Takitsubu Riku in her arms. Shokuhu Misaki and Frenda were also granted the ability to fly by Takitsubu Riku. They followed behind Astria and charged out of the monster encirclement. Kill them all. Kill them all. Unable to accept the fact that he had been tricked by a few human girls, the robust man's furious roar continued. Roar! While the rank 8 demonic beast was unable to stop Astria, a rank 9 demonic beast with the ability to fly charged out. It spun in the air and rammed into Astria with its jaws wide open. Clang! In the next second, Astria's laser sword clashed with the Tier 9 demonic beast's fangs. A violent shockwave erupted between the two. Astria was unaffected by the impact, but she only trembled a little. On the other hand, the Tier 9 demonic beast was sent flying as though it was struck by a heavy blow. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely be so terrified that they would not be able to control themselves. A demonic beast was competing with a human in terms of physical strength. It was a competition of physical strength against a human of the same rank and level. Yet, it was sent flying in just one round. Of course, even though Astria managed to send the Tier 9 demonic beast flying, she was stopped by the demonic beast for a brief moment. The brawny man who had been glaring at Astria suddenly stood up. He raised his fist like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Black energy swirled around his fist and transformed into a ferocious beast paw that covered his fist. Human. Die. The muscular man's speed was fast. At the very least, the muscular man caught up with Astria in an instant. It took Astria quite a bit of time to open up some distance between them. Feeling the danger coming from behind them, the faces of the group of girls turned grave. Let me do it. Kinohara Sayai threw Takitsubu Riku to Frenda. She dove down and raised her fist as well. A circle of air condensed around her fist. In the next moment, the black beast's palm collided with the petite fist that was surrounded by the atmosphere. Boom! The loud explosion was like a clap of thunder, reverberating in the sky above the forest. Roar! 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 A violent gust of wind spread out at an extremely fast speed, blowing away all the surrounding magical beasts for a short distance. The battle continued. Chapter 1915. Boom! Amidst the shockingly loud noise, the turbulent shockwave was like a surging wave. With a rumbling sound, it surged out crazily like a tidal wave and spread out in all directions. Under such an astonishing collision, the entire space in the forest slightly trembled. Some of the trees that were closer to the collision were even blown apart by the wind and waves. Cracks appeared on the tree trunks, emitting a kacha-kacha sound that made one's scalp tingle. The shock waves continued to reverberate, endlessly spreading outwards. The speed at which they spread was extremely quick. Within a few breaths, they had devoured the magical beasts that had just surrounded them as if they were food. Puchi! In the next moment, many of the magical beasts that were affected were sent flying as if they had been hit by a heavy blow, leaving a trail of blood behind them. They heavily smashed into the ground, either breaking trees or brushing past the ground as they flew backwards, leaving streaks of blood behind. It was a ghastly sight. Roar! 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 The shockwave almost affected the entire forest, causing the demonic beasts that were lucky enough not to be affected to let out roars of fear. Not for any other reason, but because of this collision, the demonic beasts felt a fear that spread from the depths of their souls. That was the fear of death. It was just a ripple effect. The demonic beasts smelled the scent of death. Even the 10 ninth ranked demonic beasts couldn't help but retreat, not daring to be affected by the shockwave. In an instant, the sky that was filled with flying demonic beasts a second ago was emptied out. On the other side, Kinohara Sai and the robust man, who had made the right move and caused this scene, weren't in a good state either. Kinohara Sai could only feel an extremely violent force, so violent that it was almost impossible to resist, assaulting her from the fist that she had swung out. It viciously slammed into her body, causing her to let out a muffled groan. Her petite figure quickly retreated. Compared to Kinohara Sai, who shot out like a bullet, the robust man only took a few steps back. Drops of blood dripped down from his thick fist. On his rugged face, the green and black hue deepened. Obviously, this was a head-on collision. Not only did he force Kinohara Sai back, the poison in the robust man's body spread even more. His body that was floating in the air shook violently as if he was being blown by a gust of wind. However, looking at the robust man, other than Astria who went to catch Kinohara Sai, the rest of the girls were shocked. The poison that the robust man consumed was the most potent poison in the world. According to Sylph and Fei Fei, it was the most potent poison in Silveria. It could even kill a Tier 9 powerhouse in an instant. It has been 3 minutes since the robust man was poisoned. Yet, the robust man didn't die from the poison. Instead, he seized the opportunity to charge forward and almost checkmated the girls. Even though demonic beasts were much more resistant to poison than humans, a poison that could kill a Tier 9 powerhouse might not be able to kill a demigod beast king. Shokuho Misaki did not expect to be able to kill a strong man with her poison. She didn't expect the robust man to still have the energy to attack. A demigod beast king was already this terrifying. Then, how strong would a demigod beast king be? Of course, while she was shocked, Shokuho Misaki also became more certain. If she didn't get rid of the robust man, the Ailu Empire would be destroyed if he found out that the guardian deity wasn't here. Shokuho Misaki gritted her teeth. Tiny stars lit up in her eyes and a strange ripple appeared around her body. Under the effect of this circle of ripples, the surrounding magical beasts that had once again surrounded him froze. Their beastly eyes were completely replaced by starry eyes. Immediately after, they turned their heads and, with a ferocious expression, pounced on the strong man who was floating in mid-air and was on the verge of collapse due to the poison. What? Even the robust man didn't expect that a fellow member of his race, whom he regarded as trash, would actually disobey the order of a beast king and attack him instead. This caused the robust man to be slightly stunned. When the robust man reacted, a terrifying anger and murderous aura emerged on his face. How dare you! Along with the roar of the strong man, a burst of thick black fog burst out from his body, and with a spiral, it turned into a pitch-black ring, and fiercely shook the surroundings. Pft, 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 pft. The pitch-black ring was like the sharpest blade in the world. As it spread in all directions, it swept past the ferocious magical beasts. Immediately after, the magical beasts were all cut in half at the waist. Their bodies fell to the ground with blood filling the sky. Shokuho Misaki knew that controlling the demonic beasts that even Astria couldn't handle to attack the robust man wouldn't work. Her glowing eyes flickered and she revealed a determined expression. Kinohara. Frienda. Takitsubu. Astria-chan. Using her mind control ability, Shokuho Misaki kept the demonic beasts at bay while transmitting her words into the minds of Kinohara Sai, Frienda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria. I will restrain the demonic beasts around here. You guys take advantage of the fact that the guardian deity king is poisoned to kill him. Kinohara Sai, Frienda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria's heart skipped a beat but they didn't hesitate. Astria, who was slaughtering the demonic beasts around her, immediately turned around and charged at the robust man. Kinohara Sai clenched her fists tightly as a chaotic and majestic air current shuttled back and forth in her hands. Then, with a slight movement of her delicate body, she charged towards the muscular man. Seeing Astrea and Kanuhata Sai charging towards him, the muscular man who was in pain due to the poison laughed angrily. Instead of retreating, he charged towards them with a gait that could shake the ground and shake the mountains. Relying on his bulky body, he charged towards them as well. A pair of hands that were harder than hammers and bigger than earthenware pots emitted dense black energy. The muscular man swung his fist at Astrea, who was the first to arrive in front of him. Clang! It was a laser lightsaber that met the fist of the robust man, which was surrounded by black gas. In the crisp sound of metal clashing, Astrea's laser lightsaber and the robust man's fist collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Shing! At the same time, Kanuhata Sai's petite body shot towards the muscular man like a spring. A blurry shadow appeared in front of the muscular man, and a pair of petite fists smashed towards the muscular man, causing the atmosphere to tremble violently. Just like the muscular man from before, Kanuhata Sai's fists smashed towards the muscular man. Unable to catch his breath in time, the muscular man could only endure the intense pain in his body. His face alternated between green and black as he raised his other fist, which was shrouded in black gas, and met Kanuhata Sai's terrifying attack head-on. Bam! This time, there wasn't the crisp sound of metal clashing, nor were there any sparks. There was only a muffled sound that resonated in everyone's heart. A violent shockwave spread out between Astrea, Kanuhata Sai, and the robust man. Astrea, Kanuhata Sai, and the muscular man retreated back to their respective directions. However, Astrea relied on her excellent mobility and wings to stabilize her body. Kanuhata Sai also threw 2 punches in the opposite direction of her. She managed to stabilize her body by creating a shockwave. The robust man, on the other hand, was in a sorry state. Under the influence of the poison and after exchanging blows with Astrea and Kanuhata Sai, the robust man's vision started to distort and he started to feel dizzy. It was obvious that the poison in the robust man's body was getting worse and worse. The robust man staggered and crashed into a tree. With a loud bang, the tree collapsed and the robust man's face turned pale. Of course, it wasn't Astrea or Kanuhata Sai's credit, it was all due to the poison. If this continues, even if the robust man doesn't die from the poison, he will be killed by Astrea and Kanuhata Sai due to the poison's influence. Chapter 1916. The muscular man was furious. Although he was only a half-baked demigod, he still had 1 foot in the door of the demigod rank. Although he couldn't be considered a real demigod rank, he had surpassed the 9th stage and was in the middle position. Therefore, even if he wasn't a true demigod, as long as his opponent was still a Tier 9 fighter, it wouldn't be hard for him to deal with them. And this was under the condition that his opponent was a peak Tier 9 fighter. On the other hand, if his opponents were just a bunch of Tier 9 or Tier 9 beginner Tier 9 fellows, with the strength of a half-step demigod, he could easily finish them off in a matter of minutes. However, now, the strong man had been poisoned and was severely affected. Under such an effect, he had no choice but to deal with a group of opponents who he thought could be defeated in a matter of minutes. Moreover, he had been reduced to such a sorry state by the opponents. How could the strong man not be mad with hatred? In addition, the strong man was not the type of person who was good at enduring, and with the influence of the false god's power on his mind, the strong man's hatred grew even stronger. I want you all dead. Driven by this hatred, the robust man almost recklessly ignored the condition of his body. He didn't even have the thought of retreating. Enduring the pain in his body and the dizziness in his head, he fiercely shook his body. His figure disappeared from the spot. The moment the muscular man disappeared, the illusory frame in Astrea's crimson eyes turned slightly. She flapped her wings and retreated swiftly. TSK. Just as Astrea retreated, a palm shrouded in black mist slammed down on her. Black mist billowed everywhere the palm passed and a fishy stench filled the air. The attack missed. Only then did the muscular man's figure appear beside Astrea. His gaze was gloomy and his expression was ugly. He didn't make a sound. Swoosh. A black shadow flashed out like a lightning bolt. In a flash, the shadow lashed out at Astrea's waist. It was the muscular man's leg. The muscular man lashed out with his leg like a whip, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him as he aimed for Astrea's waist. Swoosh. But before the muscular man's leg could land on Astrea's waist, an ear-piercing sound came from the other side of her body. Something flew towards the muscular man's leg. Bam! With a muffled thud, a petite fist caught up with the man's leg before it could land on Astrea's waist. The fist landed on the man's leg with all its might. As a result, the robust man's leg was repelled, and the owner of the petite fist was also pushed back. It was Kanuhata Sai without a doubt. Damn it! A sharp light flashed in the sturdy man's eyes. He faced upwards and issued a loud and clear roar. Roar! As the roar spread, the demonic beasts that surrounded them seemed to have received an order and rushed over. Bzzz. However, before the magical beasts could charge over, an invisible wave spread out like ripples. In the blink of an eye, it came into contact with the charging magical beasts. Soon after, the magical beasts that had been charging with great momentum became chaotic. Their bodies swayed as their eyes became somewhat lifeless. Seeing this, the strong man's furious eyes immediately turned towards the center of the ripple. There, Shokuho Misaki's eyes flashed with a strange light, as she stared at the flying demonic beasts. Human woman. What did you do? Shokuho Misaki didn't care about the man's question. Or rather, Shokuho Misaki was sweating profusely. She didn't have the energy to care about the muscular man. There were at least 1,000,000 demonic beasts here. And this didn't include the demonic beasts that could only roar on the ground. They couldn't even fight in the air. With such a large number of demonic beasts, and all of them were at the 8th rank, Shokuho Misaki was barely able to control them. Otherwise, she would have ordered all the flying demonic beasts to attack their king. Not to mention, there were 10 9th-rank demonic beasts among them. Shokuho Misaki couldn't control it, she could only influence it. Fortunately, among the 10 9th-rank demonic beasts, only 3 of them had the ability to fly. Although she couldn't control them, Shokuho Misaki was still able to influence their mental state. Fortunately, demonic beasts that haven't reached the demigod rank have lower intelligence than humans. Otherwise, Shokuho Misaki wouldn't be able to control millions of 8th-rank demonic beasts. Of course, this was all thanks to Takitsubo Riku's ability. Thus, the demonic beasts that were under the combined efforts of Shokuho Misaki and Takitsubo Riku started to sway in the air as if they were drunk. For a moment, they couldn't obey the muscular man's command. This made the strong man's face, which was extremely ugly because of the poison, become even more gloomy and angry. Now is not the time to be distracted. While the strong man was fuming with rage, a giggle suddenly sounded from behind him. Then, a fist that contained a majestic chi landed solidly on the strong man's back. Bam! Puchi! After suffering such a heavy blow, in addition to the effects of the poison, a mouthful of blood that had been suppressed for a long time finally spurted out from the robust man's mouth. Towards this, Kanuhata Sai was unfazed. She raised her other fist and unrestrainedly threw another terrifying punch at the muscular man's back. Bastard! The robust man's eyes were already bloodshot. He abruptly turned his head to look at Kanuhata Sai. Behind him, a thick black gas suddenly surged up like steam, turning into a huge spear that was dozens of meters long. It violently pierced towards Kanuhata Sai, who was punching towards him. Kanuhata Sai's expression didn't change. She maintained her posture and ignored the black spear that pierced through space. It was as if she was willing to risk her life to land a punch on the muscular man. But in fact, she was just being supported by another person, SSSS. With a tearing sound, a laser lightsaber slashed down from above, directly cutting the huge black spear in half. Just as the sound of something tearing apart ended, Kinuhata Sai had already arrived in front of the muscular man. Her fist, which was imbued with boundless energy, landed on the muscular man's eyes without any hesitation. Bam! Ah! At the same time, a smear of blood and a blood-curdling scream sounded from the sky. The muscular man with blood flowing out of his eye fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Bam! Immediately, smoke and dust rose in all directions. The ground seemed to tremble at this moment, as if there was an earthquake. Cracks as thick as an arm extended from the burly man's bear-like body, smashing a huge deep hole in the ground. In the deep pit, the muscular man's body was in pain, his head was dizzy, and one of his eyes had been completely blasted off. He was constantly screaming in pain. Fresh blood flowed out from his broken eye socket as if it was free of charge. At the same time, the resentment in the muscular man's heart was successfully ignited. "I will tear you into pieces," the muscular man roared at the sky like a madman. His voice was filled with unparalleled killing intent and anger. Without a doubt, this was the most miserable day the muscular man had ever lived. It was also the most furious day he had ever been. As the roar fell, the robust man's body seemed to erupt like a volcano. Dense black gas boiled and condensed, and black bubbles appeared one after another. In just a moment, the black gas turned into a huge pitch-black sphere. The sphere contained a terrifying power that caused the surrounding space to fluctuate. Bam! In the next moment, the sphere suddenly exploded, and a pitch-black light beam streaked across the sky like a stream of light soaring into the sky. Astria and Kinuhata Sai felt the terrifying power of the pitch-black pillar of light. Their faces turned grave. The fake Beast King had gone completely mad. It didn't care about its body that was being tormented by the poison and attacked with all its might. No matter who it was that was hit by an attack of this level, they would definitely be dead without a doubt. Chapter 1917. Astria and Kinuhata Sai knew how dangerous the black beam of light was and they quickly dodged it. Astria and Kinuhata Sai were both highly mobile and agile. Even though the black beam of light possessed terrifying destructive power, due to the poison in the man's eye and the poison in his eyes, he couldn't control it accurately. The black beam of light pierced through space and disappeared into the night sky. Kinuhata. Astria-chan. Frenda was the only one who had time to spare. She was prepared to support either Astria or Shokuhu Misaki. She couldn't stand by and watch any longer. She yelled out in a sweet voice. "I will help you guys trap him." "Okay." Astria and Kinuhata Sai nodded. It couldn't be helped, the fake Beast King was really hard to deal with. Even if it was poisoned, it could still hold on for so long. It could even fight Astria and Kinuhata Sai for so long. Astria and Kinuhata Sai couldn't do anything to it, it was better to have another person to help. "Takitsubu. Please." On the other side, Frenda shouted as she spread out her hands. In the next instant, Takitsubu Riku's expected support interference landed on Frenda's body, granting her a new ability. That ability was the ability that shocked Tokiwadai's princess, Electromancer. However, Frenda didn't intend to use it to shock the man. She wanted to use it to control the iron sand. Beep beep beep. In an instant, streaks of bluish-white lightning flashed around Frenda's body. At the same time, a thick wave of pitch-black iron sand also surged out from the ground and into the sky as if it was being pulled by something. Then, under Frenda's control, the waves of iron sand swirled and formed a huge black net. It whistled down and covered the muscular man who was still clutching his bleeding eye on the ground. It's not over yet. When the iron sand net came into contact with the man's body. Before the man could react, dense electric arcs appeared on the net. Waves of electric current crackled and flashed, passing through the sturdy man's body and producing a series of sizzling noises. The sudden pain caused the man to struggle madly. But no matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to break free from the net. The huge iron sand net could not be shaken off. It was like maggots in a tarsal bone, firmly sticking to his body and trapping him. Watch out! Kinohita Sai swooped down from the sky like a small cannonball. Chaotic airflow surged around her body as she landed heavily on the muscular man who was much larger than her. Boom! The terrifying impact on the sturdy man's body caused the ground beneath him to collapse with a loud bang. The sturdy man also let out a painful howl and a furious roar. The black aura around his body transformed into a pitch-black whip shadow. With a ferocious swing, he lashed out at Kinohita Sai, who was on top of him. Seeing this, in the sky, Frenda waved her hand, and a thick bolt of lightning shot down like a bolt of lightning. With a cheat sound, it landed on the black whip that was lashing out at Kinohita Sai, causing the black gas on the whip to be electrified. As he stood up stiffly, a series of sizzling sounds could be heard. Ha! Kinohita Sai stood on top of the man and raised her fist that was surrounded by chaotic air currents. Without any hesitation, the punch landed solidly on the muscular man's head. Bang! Kinohita Sai was already known for her close combat ability. With the LVL5 asphyxia armor and a level of 80, even if she didn't have any combat chi or mana, Kinohita Sai's attack and defense were much scarier than a monster. Now, with such a punch, even the strong man with the strength of a pseudo-demigod let out a shriek of agony. The ground behind him had already collapsed and sunk deeply. On the other hand, Kinohita Sai, who had punched the muscular man into the rock plate, quickly retreated. Now! Estrella-chan! Buzz! In the sky, an aurora shot out from Estrella's body and rushed into the night sky, scattering the thick clouds. The aurora in the middle of the night was naturally glaring to the extreme. Be it the group of girls or the magical beasts present, they couldn't help but close their eyes. The surrounding space also started to vibrate along with the aurora. Within the aurora, Estrella's figure turned into a flash of light. She released a blinding light that illuminated the dark forest, mountain range, and even the sky. After an unknown amount of time, the light pillar that shot into the sky slowly seeped into Estrella's body. The surrounding light also seeped into Estrella's body. When all the light disappeared, Estrella looked like a completely different person. Golden specks of light floated around her like a golden rainbow hanging high in the sky. She wore a blue princess-like dress that fluttered in the wind. Her abdomen was exposed and there was a set of white armor on both sides of her body. The gauntlet was pulled down from her neck to her arms. Her shoulders were exposed to the air and shone with a white luster. The pure white wings on Estrella's back split into 3 pairs. Her ankle-length blonde hair was tied into 2 bundles on the right side of her head. The ends of her hair fluttered in the wind as her dress fluttered in the wind. It was an eye-catching sight. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the weapon in Estrella's hand. It was a giant sword that was about 20 meters long. It was as long as a skyscraper and its surface was shrouded in a purple glow. Pandora mode. On top of that, it was Estrella's second evolution, Pandora mode. In this mode, Estrella would remove all defenses and her attack power would be incomparably terrifying. The muscular man seemed to have noticed this as well. The muscular man was horrified to find out that as Estrella evolved and the great sword appeared, a deadly aura of death slowly seeped out from the bottom of his heart like a tidal wave. It enveloped him and he could feel it. The next moment, he will die. How is this possible? 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 How can I die in the hands of a woman who isn't even a demigod? Even though such thoughts were spinning wildly in his mind, the shadow of death still shrouded the robust man. At this moment, the robust man could not help but feel fear. But it was too late for him to feel fear. The moment the muscular man was poisoned by Shokuhu Misaki and didn't choose to run away, he was destined to end up like this. Ha! Astrea, who had transformed into a goddess, raised her lightsaber and pulled it behind her back. She swung her lightsaber without hesitation at the horrified man who was trapped in the iron sand net. Astrea swung her lightsaber down without hesitation. Clang! A clear whistling sound reverberated between heaven and earth. It was the sound of a sword ray tearing through the air. In reality, a sword light had indeed descended from the sky. It was in the shape of a crescent moon. It descended from the sky and slashed down viciously. It tore through the air and split the heavens and earth. Astrea's unstoppable greatsword slashed through the space below. It tore through the atmosphere and sliced open space, leaving a trail of sword energy behind it. When the crescent-shaped sword light fell and gradually disappeared from this space, all the air between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Embedded in the rock plate, the strong man who was bound by the iron sand net had stopped struggling. He lay there motionless, like a statue, and no longer made any movements. No. He didn't stop moving. The muscular man's body was moving at an extremely slow speed. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that this extremely slow movement was actually the robust man's body, with the space between his eyebrows as the boundary. The left and right sides of his body were simultaneously parting in two directions. Poochie! Fresh blood splattered into the sky. Chapter 1918. Splat! An extremely crisp tearing sound rang out, and a burst of dense crimson blood sprayed into the sky like a fountain. The muscular man's body was torn apart symmetrically in two different directions. Along with it, the thick and heavy earth parted. Rumble! Amidst the loud noise, the ground that was swept by the sword light was neatly cut into two halves along with the strong man. It was as if the ground was being split apart during an earthquake. Amidst the tremors, accompanied by the earth-shattering aura and the explosion of crushed stones, the ground became two completely unconnected plains. If one were to look at the mountain range from afar, they would be able to see it clearly. The mountain range was split into two. The muscular man was also split into two. At this point, the demigod beast king who led an army of magical beasts to attack the Ailu Empire, who brought unparalleled despair to the people of the Ailu Empire, died. Rumble! The earth was still split into two due to the previous attack. Roar! Roar! Whoa! The group of magical beasts erupted into waves of terrified roars. Some were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow, fleeing for their lives with their tails between their legs. Some were unable to dodge in time and were swallowed by the huge crack that split open from the ground, falling into an endless abyss. The flying demonic beasts were panicking. The demonic beasts on the ground were running for their lives. The mountain range was cracking, and the world was shaking. For a moment, rocks were flying everywhere, and the ground was trembling. Huge magical beasts were roaring in panic as they ran around in all directions. It was a scene straight out of hell. Perhaps the demonic beasts sensed the death of their leader, but the demonic beasts that were under Shokuhu Misaki and Takitsubu Riku's control no longer charged at them. At least, none of the demonic beasts were too far away. As for the magical beasts that were closer, they were still roaring. They charged towards the girls. Even without their leader, the demonic beasts were no longer in charge. The demonic beasts had lost their ability to form an army and not attack each other. However, the demonic beasts saw humans as food. Naturally, the demonic beasts that were closer to them all charged towards the girls. Among them, the 3 rank 9 demonic beasts were among them. At the level of the 9th rank, the intelligence of magical beasts was not weak. They still had the ability to distinguish who was the enemy. The 3 demonic beasts that suffered a loss at the hands of the girls weren't going to let them go so easily. But without the presence of a pseudo-beast king, which demonic beast here can match up to Astrea, who is close to the peak of tier 9 after her 2nd evolution? Ha! Astrea raised the 20-meter-long greatsword in her hand again. She swung the greatsword as if it was weightless. The greatsword drew a crescent-shaped arc in the air and slashed forward like an aurora. In an instant, a series of giant swords danced in the air. Streaks of sword light sliced through the bodies of the flying magical beast army led by the 3 9th-grade magical beasts. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, dark red blood blossomed in the air, and the severed limbs of the magical beasts kept falling to the ground. Among them were the 3 rank 9 demonic beasts. Astrea's attack killed the 3 demonic beasts that were higher in rank than her in the blink of an eye. This was the true power of Astrea after her 2nd evolution. She had abandoned all her defenses. It was terrifying. However, without the leader of the demonic beasts were nothing more than a bunch of ferocious beasts. They didn't retreat after smelling the scent of blood. Instead, they became even more frenzied. Even the demonic beasts in the distance were attracted to them. Astrea-chan, don't get caught up in the fight. Shokuho Misaki, who saw the situation clearly, quickly called out. There's no need to waste time on these headless flies. Let's charge out. Without the humans around, these demonic beasts will disperse. As long as all the girls left, there would be no beast king to restrain them. Without a common enemy, the magical beasts would return to the state they were in when they were in the giant beast's forest. They would no longer form an army. Instead, it was very likely that they would kill each other because of natural enemies, food, and other issues. That's why as long as the girls leave, the demonic beasts attacking Ailu Empire will no longer be a threat. Got it. Astrea nimbly retrieved the great sword that was 10 times bigger than her. She pointed it in a direction and dashed out like an arrow. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of tearing continued, but it wasn't the same as before. This time, the demonic beasts that blocked Astrea's path were skewered into meat skewers by the giant swords. Kinoheta. Frienda. Shokuho Misaki carried to Kitsubu Riku, who had been buffing the girls, and followed behind Astrea. Follow them. Hearing this, Kinoheta Sai sent a Class 8 demonic beast flying with a punch. Frienda also used an electric shock to turn the demonic beast into charcoal. Then, she turned around and followed up. Roar! Roar! Ugh! Without their leader, the demonic beasts went berserk and charged at the girls. But to the girls, these demonic beasts were no longer a threat. If there's a word to describe the current situation, it would be chaos. They weren't able to form an encirclement, nor were they able to have a clear target like before. Now, the magical beasts couldn't be described as an army. They were just a large group of wild beasts that were rioting. They weren't a threat at all. In fact, some of the magical beasts that panicked and didn't know where to go had even collided with each other and started fighting furiously. Chaos. 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 Everything was in chaos. Roar. 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 Under the girls' assault, blood splattered everywhere. The demonic beasts were like sharks that smelled blood as they charged at the girls with bloodshot eyes. Blade rays flashed in midair, and every time a demonic beast flashed, it would fall into an eternal slumber and become one of the dismembered corpses on the ground. However, the magical beasts that were not restrained were crazy. They did not consider the consequences at all. They only cared about rushing towards the food in their eyes. They were densely packed like a swarm of locusts. Coupled with those chaotic noises, it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Estria's greatsword was drenched in blood and its speed started to slow down as the demonic beasts charged at her without regard for their lives. Roar! 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 The annoying chaotic roars continued. At this moment, the line of girls' vision was completely filled with magical beasts, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. Ugh! Estria started to pant. No! Shokuho Misaki bit her lips as she looked at the demonic beasts in front of her. If this goes on, even if the magical beasts don't form an encirclement, we will be blocked by the rioting magical beasts in this beast tide. What should we do now? Kinohita Sai repeatedly swung her fists, sending the approaching demonic beasts flying away with a series of bangs. There are too many of them. In the end, it's time for me to step up. Frenda jumped up and landed in front of Estria. She took out a few dolls that didn't look like much. Watch me blow you all up. Perhaps Takitsubu Riku guessed Frenda's intention. She interfered with Frenda's personal reality and granted Frenda the ability to teleport. In the next instant, in the tide of flying magical beasts that filled the girl's vision, dolls that didn't look good suddenly appeared and swelled up. Boom! 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 Not long after, intense flames and explosions burst out from the beast tide in front of them. Magic beasts with smoke or fire all over their bodies fell from the flames. At the same time, a path opened up in the middle of the demonic beast horde. Shokuho Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Estria were overjoyed. They didn't think twice before rushing towards the tunnel that was opened up by the explosion. Chapter 1919. While Shokuho Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Estria were working together to slay the Beast King, Sylph and Feifei were waiting on a small hill not far from the forest. Sylph raised her hand as she looked at the group of nocturnal magical beasts rushing down the mountain in an orderly manner. Some of them were excited, some of them were mad, some of them were bloodthirsty, and some of them were ferociously roaring. Her beautiful face was filled with frost. Feifei felt that Sylph's actions were a little unethical, but she could understand. The magical beast's sense of smell and senses were extremely sharp. Nocturnal magical beasts that could move freely at night had a much sharper sense of smell than those magical beasts that were active during the day. If Sylph were to use her mana in such a manner, she might be discovered by the demonic beasts. Feifei wasn't confident she could escape from the group of demonic beasts charging towards the 2-tier 8 girls. That's why Sylph secretly mobilized her mana. It was dangerous and reckless. However, looking at the group of magical beasts rushing down the mountain, Feifei almost activated her Do-Chi. It couldn't be helped. The demonic beasts that Sylph and Feifei saw weren't going to put on a show. They were going to attack the last remaining human territories of the Ailu Empire. This was the only human territory left in the Ailu Empire. It wasn't just the Ailu Empire's imperial city. Sylph and Feifei's family were also there. Now, these roaring demonic beasts are going to attack the Ailu Empire's capital and threaten Sylph and Feifei's families. No one could remain calm at the thought of this. If it wasn't for the fact that Shokuho Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Estria were in a situation that was 1,000 times more dangerous than hers, Sylph would have rushed out and caused a ruckus if she wasn't worried about saving the Empire. Even so, Sylph did not hold back. He had been secretly mobilizing his magic power. He looked like he could rush out at any time, which was really a headache. As for Feifei, she was more worried about Shokuho Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, Dekitsubariku, and Astria. I wonder how Shokuho and the others are doing. Feifei couldn't help but whisper. At the same time, there was a worried look in his eyes. Leaving such a dangerous task to them. Was there really no problem? Strictly speaking. Shokuho Misaki, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, Dekitsubariku and Astria weren't from the Ailu Empire. It was just that Wu Yan had a good relationship with the royal family and the Lori family. That was why he was closer to Sylph and Feifei. It was just as Shokuho Misaki said. Whether it was the Ailu Empire or the Spalier world, they wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache even if the humans were to be wiped out. The only reason they were willing to risk their lives to help was because they had a good relationship with Wu Yan. That's why Feifei felt guilty when she thought about how the survival of the Ailu Empire was in the hands of 5 girls who had nothing to do with her. Sylph seemed to have the same thought when she heard Feifei's words. The icy blue magic power in her hand slowly stopped. She pondered for a moment before speaking. If it's them, they should be fine. But the opponent is a beast king that's close to becoming a demigod. Feifei's worry didn't lessen. There's also a large number of Tier 9 demonic beasts. Even if Shokuho and the others are all Tier 9 demonic beasts like His Majesty said, it's still very dangerous. Generally speaking, that's true. Sylph said expressionlessly. But if it's them, they should be fine. Fine. Feifei hesitated for a moment and asked. Sylph's tone was firm and confident. Why are you so sure, Princess? Sylph didn't answer immediately. Instead, her gaze softened. Because they are that man's most trusted subordinates. When Feifei heard Sylph's words, the image of that man appeared in her mind. The man's carefree, willful, and confident smile on his face calmed her down a little. That's true. Feifei chuckled. Since they're the women of that man who's good at creating miracles, there shouldn't be any problems. What we need to do is to trust them. Sylph nodded. Then, all we have to do is to wait for news of their success. Feifei nodded. Both of them calmed down a lot after listening to Sylph's short conversation. They turned to look at the demonic beasts that were still rushing down the hill. Their emotions calmed down. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled like a volcano that was about to erupt, and there was a loud noise that sounded like the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. The sudden change startled Sylph and Feifei. However, compared to Sylph and Feifei, the demonic beasts that were rushing down the hill reacted even more violently. Roar! 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 The magical beast army, which had been marching down the mountain in an orderly manner, suddenly let out roars that were filled with grief, fear, anger, and panic. The entire army was thrown into chaos, and they started running in all directions like a group of prisoners who had been under guard but had now been freed. No, instead of saying that they were running, it would be more accurate to say that they were running around like headless flies. Some even started biting each other as if they were fighting. Sylph and Feifei were taken aback by the sudden change. But shortly after, their thoughts were interrupted by the violent tremors under their feet. They leaped backward and retreated swiftly. What presented themselves before the 2 young ladies was an extremely chaotic scene. The ground shook violently. Gravel flew everywhere. The demonic beasts tore at each other. Chaotic roars echoed in the air. Chaos. Total chaos. What's wrong? Feifei looked at the chaotic scene in astonishment. What happened? What happened? Sylph, on the other hand, calmed herself down and her icy blue eyes glowed. Could it be that they succeeded? Feifei seemed to have thought of the same thing, and her pretty face became rosy, which was caused by excitement. As everyone knew, The reason why the demonic beasts abandoned their habits of living together and didn't invade each other's territory and even formed armies to attack the humans collectively was because of the Beast King's orders. If the one who gave the orders was gone, the demonic beasts wouldn't get along with each other. If the fake Beast King who gave the orders to the magical beasts was already dead, then the chaos in front of them could be explained. Roar! 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 All of a sudden, the demonic beasts' roars in the sky and in the surroundings became even more chaotic, attracting Sylph and Feifei's attention. Then, Sylph and Feifei saw it at the same time. On the ground, countless magical beasts were running out of the mountains, as if they were chasing something or fleeing for their lives. They were in a panic and did not know where to go. It was the same scene in the sky. Flying magical beasts flew around randomly without considering the direction at all. They were like birds that were being aimed at by a shotgun, roaring in horror as they ran around randomly. A few figures flew out from these flying magical beasts, followed by a large group of flying magical beasts of even greater number and variety. It was as if they were being chased, and they were flying at high speed. Sylph and Feifei shouted at the same time when they saw the group of figures flying out. Over here! Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohata Sayai, Takitsubu Riku, Frenda, and Istria also saw Sylph and Feifei. Apart from Istria who acted as the vanguard and Shokuhu Misaki who carried Takitsubu Riku, Kinohata Sayai and Frenda swooped down and carried Sylph and Feifei in their arms. Let's go! In an instant, the group of 7 young ladies shuttled through a large expanse of chaotic magical beasts and flashed explosively towards the horizon. Chapter 1920. Roar! 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 Along with the roar that anyone would be sick of hearing, the flying magical beasts in the mountain range that had been split into 2 flew into the sky like frightened birds, scattering in all directions. Not only the flying beasts, but even the ground beasts that couldn't fly seemed to have lost their target. They scattered in fear and trepidation, no longer heading towards the center of the city. On the city walls, the city guards who were preparing to engage in another battle with the nocturnal magical beasts looked at the scene of the magical beasts fleeing in all directions. Their faces were filled with bewilderment, and the sounds of whispers began to spread on the city walls. Not long after, even Carter and the others who were in the palace were alerted. They all went to the top of the palace and looked at the mountain range in the distance. When Carter and the others saw the mountain range that looked like it was cut in half, they looked at each other in confusion. What the hell is going on? Borel asked. His face was still a little pale. It seems like he hasn't recovered from the injuries inflicted by Kinohata Sayai. Why is the mountain range broken? Yes. That's right. Yak also cried out in surprise. It was fine just a moment ago. That's not the point. Lei Wang frowned. The point is, the beasts are also in a strange state. Kite nodded and looked at the densely packed beasts fleeing like ants outside Royal City. The flying beasts in the sky also flew in all directions, no one knew where they were going. He mumbled as if he was in a dream. The beasts' army, scattered. Behind Carter, the head of the Ailu Empire's #1 family, the head of the Lori family, the head of the 2nd family, the head of the Saito family, Sato, and the head of the 3rd family, the head of the Ladin family, Harlow, were also looking at each other in confusion. Only Bing Ling and Bai Shi noticed that something was amiss. Where are Shokuhu Misaki and the others? The ice spirit scanned her surroundings. There's such a huge change in the situation. There's no way they don't know, right? No. Not just Shokuhu Misaki and the others. Bishi narrowed his eyes. Princess Sylph and Miss Feifei are also missing. Carter and the others only reacted after hearing Bing Ling and Bai Shi's words. They all began to search. However, before they could search for long, several figures that had turned into flowing lights flew over at an extremely fast speed. It was imprinted in the eyes of Carter's group. They are Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, Astria, Sylph, and Fei Fei, who rushed back from the mountain range. The Thunder Emperor was slightly taken aback. Why did they come back from outside? The outside here naturally referred to the outside of Monarch City's boundary. Just now, the Thunder Sovereign had seen with his own eyes that an extremely small opening had opened up in the royal city's barrier. The group of girls had entered through that opening. The royal city's barrier was personally set up by the Ailu Empire's royal family members. It was the strongest barrier in the empire. Just how sturdy this barrier was could be seen from the fact that the magical beast army had been attacking the royal city for several days without stopping, and that it had taken hundreds of level 8 magical beasts to attack at the same time to break through. Only the Ailu Empire's royal family knew how to control the barrier. Outsiders had no way of knowing, not even the 3 great families. However, Sylph was the most respected princess of the Ailu Empire's royal family. Naturally, she knew how to control the barrier. That was why Shokuho Misaki and the girls brought Sylph along. Fei Fei also made use of the opportunity to tag along. Carter and the others didn't have much time to ponder over the matter. The group of girls landed at the top of the royal city and stopped in front of Carter and the others. Thud. They landed on the ground. Takitsubo Riku, who was in Shokuho Misaki's embrace, fell to her knees. The pair of eyes that had been trembling all this time had already returned to normal. However, it seemed as if it had done some extremely intense exercise, as it began to pant heavily. Takitsubo, Sister Riku. Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Astria cried out at the same time. They quickly went to support Takitsubo Riku. Are you alright? I'm fine. Takitsubo Riku didn't bother to hide the exhaustion in her eyes. I'm just a little tired. At first glance, Takitsubo Riku didn't seem to have made a single move in this expedition to the mountain range where the demonic beasts resided. However, if one were to point out who contributed the most in slaying the demonic beast king, it would be none other than Takitsubo Riku. From the fact that the girls needed to shield their 5 senses to hide their whereabouts, to avoid the detection of demons and strong men, to having Frenda control the water vapor and poison the strong men's water, whether it was the ability to shield their 5 senses or the ability to control the water vapor, it was all given to them by Takitsubo Riku. Not only that, Takitsubo Riku also granted Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, and Frenda the ability to fly during the battle with the muscular man. Takitsubo Riku also enhanced Kinohara Sayai's flying ability throughout the battle. Takitsubo Riku also enhanced Shokuho Misaki's ability to control the demonic beasts. Takitsubo Riku also enhanced Frenda's ability to trap the muscular man and kill him with a single blow from Astria. Takitsubo Riku also granted Frenda the ability to trap the muscular man. On top of that, Takitsubo Riku also strengthened Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, and Frenda's abilities. She also maintained the ability of the 3 girls to fly. Isn't Takitsubo Riku's contribution a lot? If it wasn't for Takitsubo Riku, the mission to assassinate the demonic beast king wouldn't have succeeded. That's why Takitsubo Riku's contribution is at least 70%. Of course, Takitsubo Riku also used up all of her computing power. It's only natural that she's exhausted. Thank you for your hard work, Takitsubo. Shokuho Misaki gently patted Takitsubo Riku's back. Rest well now. Takitsubo Riku forced a smile and nodded. Kite wanted to step forward but was stopped by Sylph. Let me explain the details. Sylph shook her head and spoke in a gentle tone. Our heroes are already very tired tonight. Let them have a good rest, heroes. Everyone was stunned by her explanation. Kite was the only one who made the connection between the girls and the magical beasts outside and Sylph's words. He had a vague idea of what was going on. Leaving aside Kate, Kanuhata Sayide, Frenda, and Istria helped Takitsubo Riku into the palace to rest. Shokuho Misaki followed behind Kanuhata Sayide, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Istria. She suddenly stopped and looked at the sky. Her eyes sparkled as she revealed an elegant smile. "We aren't vases, we don't have to wait for you to come back to deal with these half-baked people, did you see that?" After saying this, Shokuho Misaki turned around, smiled, and walked into the palace. Outside the palace, the demonic beasts are still rioting. They're scattering in all directions. As for where the demonic beasts are going, that's no longer a concern. At the very least, not now. However, no one noticed that a strange black light suddenly shot out from the mountain range that was split in half, shooting towards the horizon. However, before the strange black light could travel far, a pitch-black spatial crack that was filled with ferocious eyeballs suddenly appeared in its path. A flawless white hand reached out from within and grabbed the black light, pulling it into the crack. Then, the pitch-black spatial crack filled with ferocious eyeballs slowly closed, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Capital of a different era, Hall of the Heart of a different era, Ziyuran smiled as she looked at the strange black light that was constantly struggling in her hands. It wanted to escape but was unable to do so. It wanted to burrow into her skin but was obstructed by a layer of invisible force. "In order to capture you, I almost made the cage disappear because I used too much demonic energy. You should feel honored." Chapter 1921. 7 hours after the girls parted ways at the supply town and headed to their respective destinations. In the boundless sky, a huge airship that couldn't be seen by the naked eye was flying forward at an extremely terrifying speed with a sharp sound of breaking the air. This airship was none other than Fraxinus, which had departed from the supply town and was heading towards the capital of the Baroba Empire. The behemoth forest is located in the middle of the three empires. Leaving from the supply town closest to the behemoth forest is the fastest way to enter any of the three empires. Even so, Fraxinus still hasn't reached the capital of the Baroba Empire even after 7 hours of flying. What's displayed on the screen in the command center is a desert. Yes. A desert. In the Spalier world, Ailu Empire and Fea Empire don't have deserts. Only the Baroba Empire has deserts. More than 80% of its land is deserts. As a result, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Miko, Yoshino, and Origami only saw a desert the moment they entered the Baroba Empire. Of course, along the way, they also came across many cities in the desert. But those cities are empty. Only a group of magical beasts are left. Over time, Miku started to feel tired. Meijo, who was already experiencing visual fatigue, couldn't help but rub her eyes as she muttered. "Still not there. Still not there." 10 fragrances gradually lost her patience. The bow that tied her purple hair into a ponytail seemed to shake with the impatience in her heart. "I'm hungry. Hungry." On the side, Kurumi's expression became somewhat helpless. "Toka-san, you just ate 3 puddings, right? Is food the only thing left in your head?" Origami also said expressionlessly. "I'd rather raise a sow than raise you." "Who are you calling a sow?" Kite Origami. 10 fragrances, who had a grudge with Origami for a long time, retorted loudly. "I'm a human. A human." A 4th bunny holding a rabbit plushie in his hand blinked his big watery eyes and said in a daze. "Aren't you an elf?" "Looks like Toka is getting used to being a human." The rabbit plushie Yoshino said in a sharp and sneaky voice. She giggled as she danced with joy. "Do you want to try out a human's lifestyle? Do you want to do something perverted? Miss Toka, do you want to do something perverted?" Miku's eyes lit up. With a bright smile that was obviously not suitable for this moment, she slightly moved towards 10 fragrances. Actually, I'm very interested in that. Allah. Kurumi covered her mouth. Only her beautiful eyes were exposed as she smiled. Her every move had an indescribable charm to it. What a coincidence. I'm also very interested in it, especially when I'm researching it with my husband, with my dear. The bright smile on Meijio's face immediately disappeared. She pouted her lips like a child. That's great. I also want to study perverted things with my dear. Ugh. Yoshino's face turned red. She lowered her head like an ostrich. Her head almost reached her chest. Origami, on the other hand, only came to this world. His expression changed for the first time. This is discrimination. Origami said in a rash tone. We're all summons. It's not fair to only study philosophy with you. Toka, who was about to blush, was stunned by Origami's words. Philosophical knowledge. Perverted things. For an elf whose brain doesn't exist in her head, I don't have to answer. I don't think I need to answer. Origami glanced at Toka. You'd better find a pigsty to hide in and wait for us to feed you, you so. What? What did you say? Toka widened her beautiful big eyes and stared at Toichi Origami fiercely. Toichi Origami didn't want to be outdone and met Toka's fierce gaze with a calm yet strange gaze. There seemed to be an electric current colliding fiercely in their eyes. The timid Yoshino grabbed Kurumi's clothes with tears in her eyes. Her body timidly hid behind Kwangsan's back. Kwangsan and Meijio's expression became helpless. This scene. In fact, in the 7 hours since they set off, it happened 3 or 4 times every hour. Due to her parents being saved, Origami didn't hate the elves anymore. She still treated the elves coldly, but that's only because of her personality. No matter who she is facing, even if it's Wu Yen, she's always like this. She can't be blamed for this. However, perhaps it was due to their incompatibility, but even though Origami no longer resented elves, she still treated Toka the same as before. It was as if she still had a deep grudge against her. She would mock her at the slightest provocation, and even spit out malicious words. She would mercilessly seize every opportunity to attack Toka. Similarly, Toka didn't have a good impression of Origami, who tried to kill her in the past. Ever since they were still in the dating battle world, she had been bickering with Origami every day. Now, even if Origami had no reason to hate the elves, Toka would still put on a stern face whenever she saw Origami. And so, this quarrelsome pair stayed. They never stopped quarreling. Now, it was just a daily quarrel. When this scene fell into the eyes of others, it had a different flavor. Ha! Miku chuckled. They have such a good relationship. Yeah. Kurumi agreed. It's like a replica of Misaka-san and Shokuha-san. Indeed, Toka and Origami were like Mikoto and Shokuha Misaki. They would always go at each other's throats. If the way Mikoto and Shokuha Misaki interacted with each other was a sign of their unique bond, then Toka and Origami were probably the same, right? That's why this scene was completely different in other people's eyes. Only Yoshino and Yoshino looked at each other. They didn't seem to understand what was going on. Let's end the quarrel here. Kotori, who was sitting on the commander's seat with a lollipop in her mouth, suddenly said. According to the map, we will arrive at the capital of the Baruba Empire in half an hour. If there's anything you need to prepare, you'd better hurry. Once we're there, there won't be any time for you to bond. Who's getting to know each other? Toka and Origami said at the same time. They looked at each other, one snorted and looked away. The other was still expressionless. Kotori opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but the moment she opened her mouth, Misaka's sister, who was sitting on the left and right of the commander's seat, spoke up. Reporting. There's a reaction of a living being within 1,200 meters ahead. There's a 98% chance that it's a human. Misaka 10469 reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene on the big screen in the command room changed, and a scene was shown. On the screen, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of an endless desert. It's a person. No. It's not just one person. Not long after, two other figures appeared on the screen. They were quite a distance away from the first figure, and they were flying across the desert at breakneck speed. Seeing this scene, Kotori, Kurumi, and Origami frowned. Meijio said hesitantly. The three of them are all humans. It's normal for Miku to have this question. This was because the three figures in the picture did not seem to be moving together at all. Instead, it seemed like the figure in front was fleeing for his life, while the two figures behind him seemed to be chasing after the former. They had been following closely behind him the entire time. That's not right. Humans are currently in a war with demonic beasts. Why would there be humans chasing after them at this time? Something's not right. Kurumi said based on her intuition. Something we don't know about must have happened. Kotori nodded and waved her hand. Prepare to land. Chapter 1922. In a desolate desert, a young lady of about 20 years of age was panting heavily as she gritted her teeth. She forcefully supported her body that seemed like it could collapse at any time as she flew forward with all her might. The ones that caused this young lady to suffer such a miserable fate were the two figures that were following closely behind her. They were two middle-aged men that were undoubtedly older than the young lady. They were at least in their 30s. Furthermore, one of them had a sinister scar on his face, while the other was an extremely ugly middle-aged man. Looking at the scarred man and the ugly man who were chasing closely behind her, the young lady repeatedly used the tip of her foot to push off the ground. She erupted with what little do-chi she had left, causing her body to abruptly shoot out a certain distance each time her foot touched the ground. However, the young girl's speed was much slower compared to before. This caused the young girl to bite her lips even harder. Even her complexion had turned pale. The young lady's name was Milena, and she was the direct disciple of the Emoma clan, the #1 clan in the Baroba Empire. Her status was similar to Feifei's. However, compared to Feifei, although Milena was the direct disciple of the Emoma clan, her treatment was not as good as Feifei's. She was valued by her teacher. Because the Baroba Empire was an empire where men were stronger than women. In the Baroba Empire, although not all men treated women as slaves, but when it came to status, women were looked down upon. Therefore, even the personal disciple of the Moma clan, the #1 family in the Baroba Empire, was not treated as well as Feifei. Of course, even if her treatment was not as good as Feifei's, Milena was not inferior to Feifei in terms of talent or strength. Relying on her own efforts, Milena had successfully advanced to a Type 8 powerhouse not long ago. She had finally obtained the recognition of her teacher. He was sent by his teacher from the Emoma family to a city managed by the Emoma family to act as the manager of that city. And with Milena's strength of the 8th step and her excellent management skills, the city under her management was thriving day by day. It could not be said that it was developing vigorously. But it was still much better than before. It was quite well received by the people of the Emoma family. However, all of this was destroyed when the demonic beasts attacked the Baroba Empire. But it was still all right. There weren't many casualties in the city under Milena's management. Under the orders of the Baroba Emperor, they began to gather their forces in the capital. The ordinary people, on the other hand, retreated to the sea and prepared to use the capital as a base to fight against the magical beasts. Originally, Milena had to go to the Baruba Empire as well. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The three Type 8 powerhouses who had once been Milena's subordinates and were under her control had betrayed her. Yes. Betrayal. These people took the initiative to seek out the Beast King and surrender to him in order to save their own lives. There was no doubt that this was a very foolish move. The magical beasts saw humans as food and enemies. How could they accept the surrender of humans and let them live? However, they didn't know what was wrong with the Beast King that led the magical beasts to attack the Baruba Empire. It accepted their surrender and gave them an order. He ordered these three Type 8 powerhouses to gather in the city under Milena's management and kill all the powerhouses who were preparing to go to the capital to participate in the war. Milena hadn't expected this, and neither had the experts in the city that Milena was in charge of. Thus, without knowing anything, they still acted together with these three traitors. The result was obvious. First, they had fallen for the trap of the three Type 8 powerhouses, and the experts that Milena had gathered were all killed. The remaining Milena had risked her life to kill one of the Type 8 powerhouses, before escaping with great difficulty. Naturally, this caused the other two Type 8 powerhouses to be enraged. They persevered and chased after her. From the looks of it, they wouldn't give up until they caught up. That was why the scene before them had occurred. If it wasn't for the fact that Milena had managed to find out from one of the Type 8 powerhouses about the fate of the Baruba Empire, Lena would definitely not have fled. She would have risked her life to kill these two traitors. The Scarred Man and the Ugly Man knew that if this piece of information was leaked, the two of them would die a horrible death. Thus, they gave chase with all their might. As time passed, the Scarred Man and the Ugly Man, who had been unable to catch up for a long time, couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Damn it! The Scarred Man's eyes were fixed on the barely discernible figure that was fleeing in a sorry state not too far away. A gloomy look appeared in his eyes. Damned woman, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll torture you to death. Ha ha. The Ugly Man's eyes revealed a perverted expression as he laughed coldly. I wonder how the direct disciple of the Mo clan's patriarch would taste. Would she be like the other women and reveal an expression of despair and cry for help? In front, Milena seemed to have heard the conversation between the two. Her face became even paler. Clenching her teeth, she tried her best to circulate the do-chi in her body in an attempt to escape the pursuit of the two. However, after an entire day of fleeing, in addition to the injuries she received while risking her life to kill one of the traitors, how could Milena's body endure such a huge burden? Not long after, the do-chi flowing around Milena's body became much dimmer. Her entire body became soft and she lost all her strength, falling into the desert. Seeing the scene of Milena falling down, the Scarred Man and the Ugly Man were overjoyed. Their figures suddenly sped up a lot, flashed over, and then surrounded Milena from the front and the back. Ha ha ha. The Scarred Man laughed wildly. Run. Continue to run. I want to see where you can run to. Milena raised her head in an unyielding manner. She used her pale face to coldly stare at the Scarred Man in front of her. I really regret that the person I killed earlier was not you. The Scarred Man's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. His face became dark and solemn. I want to see if you will still be so unyielding in a while. Saying this, the Scarred Man suddenly raised his hand. The do-chi on his body surged out and agglomerated into an illusionary image of a ferocious beast behind him. Similar to the Scarred Man, the illusionary image of a ferocious beast raised its hand and emitted a clear beast roar. A palm violently slammed toward Milena's body. Immediately, the huge beast paw, which was comparable to a meter-tall rock, heavily smashed down towards Milena with an extremely fierce shockwave. Looking at the enormous beast palm that was violently slamming toward her, Melina's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, she did not cower. Recalling the important information in her hands, she clenched her silver teeth and crazily mobilized the dochi in her body that had been squeezed to the limit. She extended her hand and waved it. A scorpion-like beast's shadow with a tail appeared behind her. In the next moment, the beast's shadow swung its body. The tail behind it turned into a black shadow and rashly met the illusionary beast palm that was smashing toward her. Bang! When the two came into contact, a muffled sound resounded. The air wave that was generated from the impact lifted the heavy sand in the desert and filled the air like smoke and dust. At the center of the collision, the beast's shadow behind Melina dissipated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye due to the lack of do-chi. The illusionary beast palm once again carried a sharp wind and smashed toward Melina's head. The last trace of do-chi in her body was exhausted. No matter how unwilling Melina was, she could only let out a miserable laugh. Now, Melina no longer had the slightest ability to resist. Just as Melina was about to go all out and drag one of them down with her, in the sky, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly resounded without any warning. A stream of light suddenly flashed in front of Melina. Facing the huge illusory beast palm, a sword light flashed through the air. Puchi! The sword light slashed through the beast palm without any hindrance. The beast palm that was purely made up of do-chi was directly cut into two halves. Then, the slash turned into a slap. As if swatting a fly, the sword light heavily slapped the scarred man's chest. Bang! Ah! The scarred man screamed. His body flew backward and heavily smashed into the desert not far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1923. The sudden turn of events shocked both Melina and the ugly man, who had sealed off Melina's escape route and hadn't been able to react from beginning to end. At this moment, Melina, the hideous man, and the scarred man who was knocked to the ground finally recognized the newcomer and were instantly immersed in her appearance. There was no other reason other than her beauty. Purple light particles undulated around her. She wore a purple light armor that looked like a formal dress. Every part of her body was covered in a transparent gauze. She held a huge spike-shaped sword in her hand. The girl appeared without any warning and captured the three of them with her beautiful aura without warning. It was a young girl with a purple ponytail that was tied up with a butterfly knot. She was Toka. At the same time, in the sky, several other air-piercing sounds could be heard. Kotori, Kurumi, Miku, and Yukino, who were still in casual clothes, landed on the ground with Mordred's origami. They stood around Toka without any pattern. You! The ugly man couldn't help but take a step back. He didn't know if it was because he suddenly saw so many beautiful girls and felt inferior about his appearance, or if he was really shocked by the girls that fell from the sky. Who are you people? Melina gazed at the group of young ladies in astonishment as though she were bewildered by the fact that she was rescued by a group of young ladies who were younger than her. But for some unknown reason, Melina had a feeling that she had seen 3 or 4 of these girls somewhere before. For example, the petite young lady with twin ponytails who had a nonchalant expression and sucked on a lollipop. For example, the charming young lady with beautiful, long, black hair, long bangs covering one of her eyes, and an elegant, sweet smile. Also, the young lady with long, purple hair who saved her and the adorable doll-like young lady with a bunny plushie seemed familiar, but Melina couldn't recall where she had seen them before. Melina couldn't recall who they were and could only ask with a vigilant expression. Who are you? Kotori revealed a mischievous smile at Melina's vigilant expression. Just passers-by. This sentence. Melina choked on her words. Bast *RD. At this moment, the scarred man struggled to stand up from the ground and clutched his chest. It seemed like he was injured. The hideous man stood up as soon as he saw the scarred man. It was as though he had found his backbone. He ran to his side hurriedly. "How dare you hurt me?" The scarred man stared at the group of young ladies with a gloomy expression. "Even if you beg for mercy, I won't let you go." The ugly man seemed to have calmed down from the sudden change. His gaze swept across Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Meijo, Yukino, and Origami. The 6 of them were so outstanding that they couldn't be picked on, and a trace of lust appeared in his eyes. When Kotori and Origami saw this, their expressions turned gloomy. Toka, Meijo, and Yukino also showed disgust. Only Kurumi's expression didn't change. Instead, her smile became brighter. However, those who knew Kwang-san would know that Kwang-san was truly murderous at this moment. Let me tell you something. Not everyone can be saved, and not everyone can be intervened in every situation. The scarred man's eyes gradually filled with a cold glint. He yelled at his companions. "Kill them! Kill!" The hideous man laughed sinisterly. "That's a pity." The scarred man woke up from his rage and understood the hideous man's intention. He began to pay attention to the group of young ladies and sneered. "That's right, that's a pity. Capture them and let them have a taste of what it's like to be dead." This time, the ugly man straightforwardly nodded his head in agreement. The 2 of them let out a loud cry in unison as a rich do-chi current erupted from their bodies. 2 illusionary beast shadows appeared behind them as they roared towards the sky. Roar! The beast-like roars shook the air and stirred up a violent shockwave. It was mixed with thick gravel that spread in all directions like a tornado. "Be careful." Milena's expression changed. "They're both rank 8 powerhouses." In Milena's opinion, Toka was only able to save her from the scarred man because of her sneak attack. It wasn't because of her strength. After all, the group of young ladies hadn't started fighting yet. Apart from Toka, the other young ladies hadn't even put on their spiritual equipment. Their aura couldn't be detected by those weaker than them. As for Origami, although she could erupt with strength that wasn't weaker than the other young ladies, she was just an ordinary young lady. Her strength was obtained by controlling Mordred on her body. She didn't have the aura of a powerhouse to speak of. This way, everyone would judge the strength of the young ladies based on their first impression. In other words, they judged based on their age. Therefore, who would find a group of young ladies who weren't even 20 years old difficult to deal with? Not to mention Milena, even the scarred man and the ugly man felt the same way. "I'll stop them." Milena struggled to get up and yelled at the group of young ladies. "Help me bring an important message to the Baruba Empire's capital." Hearing this, the scarred man and the ugly man couldn't sit still anymore. The reason why they were so desperate to kill Milena wasn't just because they suffered a huge loss in her hands. Not only did she kill one of their companions, but she also managed to escape from their trap. More importantly, it was because of the news that Milena had. If that news really spread to Monarch City, the 2 of them would definitely die no matter what. Be a good boy and surrender. The scarred man and the ugly man immediately leaped up, creating a distance between each other. Then, their figures flew out, as if they were drawing a circle together, drawing 2 semicircular arcs, attacking Milena at the same time. It seemed that the 2 of them were planning to silence her first. Since there were already 6 young ladies here who were many times more beautiful than Milena, the 2 of them were no longer interested in her. This caused Milena to be shocked. Just as she was about to shout something, Kotori looked at the 2 ugly freaks with an expressionless face and pursed her lips. 2 Type 8 powerhouses. Such trash, not to mention now that they hadn't undergone a transformation with the mystical pond water, even before any of the young ladies here could deal with them in a matter of minutes. "Let me do it." Without waiting for the rest of the young ladies to speak, and before Milena could speak, Meijio stepped forward with an unhappy expression. A bunch of filthy men. Even standing in the same place as them and breathing the same air makes one feel uncomfortable. As expected, other than my dear, the rest of the men are all disgusting worms. Upon hearing her words, the group of young ladies who knew that Meijio hated men other than Wu Yan nodded indifferently. On the other hand, Milena's expression froze. On the other hand, the scarred man and the ugly man's expressions turned sluggish. Their eyes were filled with chilling anger. Shortly after, their speed increased abruptly. The beast shadows behind them lifted their enormous claws and emitted an intimidating aura under the illumination of their battle aura. As the scarred man and the ugly man drew closer, the disgust on Meijio's face intensified as though she had eaten something unpleasant. She took in a deep breath. Ah! In the next moment, a high-pitched voice sounded from Meijio's mouth. At the same time, a circular formless and colorless ripple suddenly spread out with Meijio at the center. In the blink of an eye, it violently collided with the scarred man and the ugly man. Boom! In an instant, a loud, muffled sound echoed in the desert. Poochie! The scarred man and the ugly man who were hit by the invisible ripples spat out mouthfuls of blood as though they had been hit by a truck. They flew backward in an extremely miserable posture and smashed into the desert, stirring up a few meters of sand and dust. With just a single strike, the two Tier 8 powerhouses were defeated once again. Milena's expression was completely frozen. The scarred man and the ugly man who struggled to lift their heads in the sand and looked at Meijio with disgust in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they cried out involuntarily. Type 9 Powerhouse. Chapter 1924. Tier 9 Powerhouse. These 4 words made Milena, the scarred man, and the ugly man completely dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Was this young girl who kept saying, "Apart from my dear, all other men are disgusting bugs even 20 years old"? She shouldn't be, right? A Tier 9 powerhouse who isn't even 20 years old. I've never heard of such a person before. He had heard of Milena, the scarred man, and the ugly man before. Currently, Ailu's princess, Sylph's fiancé, was the youngest person in history to reach the 9th order. But he was at least 20 years old, wasn't he? In front of them was an extremely beautiful young lady whose face was filled with disgust. She was at most 17 or 18 years old. If the other party was a powerhouse of the 8th step, perhaps Milena, the scarred man, and the ugly man could still reluctantly accept it. But if the other party was a powerhouse of the 9th step, who could accept it? Since when did a Tier 9 powerhouse become so cheap? However, no matter how much Milena, the scarred man, and the ugly man rejected this fact in their hearts, and whether or not the other party was a powerhouse of the 9th stage, this young girl in front of them was indeed an existence that could casually defeat 2 powerhouses of the 8th stage with a single move, making them unable to stand up. Therefore, it was impossible for the scarred man and the ugly man to be a match for this terrifying young woman. Not to mention the disgust on Meijio's face. The scarred man and the ugly man could foresee that if they were to fall into her hands, then their chances of survival would be 0. Not to mention, the 2 of them have joined the demonic beast's camp. They're traitors to the human world. Tisk. TSK. Thinking of this, the scarred man and the ugly man didn't even have the intention to exchange glances with each other. Almost at the same time, they forcefully propped up their heavily injured bodies, disregarding the continuous spurting of blood from their injuries, and jumped up as if they had gone crazy. They fled into the distance. Chase them. Seeing the 2 shameless ugly people running away without even thinking, Milena, who was still in a daze, immediately came back to her senses. Don't let those 2 traitors get away. However, hearing Milena's shout, Meijio didn't do as she was told. Instead, she pouted unhappily and turned around. He walked back towards them. Only then did Milena remember that she wasn't even sure if the other party was a friend or foe. Immediately, she became a little nervous. After all, standing in front of Milena was a terrifying existence that could defeat two powerhouses of the Eighth Order in an instant. Ninth stage powerhouse. That was an existence that even Milena had to fear. Just as Milena was about to step back and distance herself from Meijō, Kotori, who had been observing Milena thoughtfully, spoke up. All right, there are already people chasing after them. Hearing this, Milena stared blankly for a moment before she finally realized that something was amiss. Among the group of 6, there was a girl with a charming smile on her face. The beautiful girl whose eyes were covered by long bangs had disappeared from the scene at some point in time. She was nowhere to be seen. Discovering this, Milena could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. When Milena finally realized to be able to move together with a ninth stage powerhouse and seem to have a good relationship, how could a group of mysterious girls be ordinary people? The answer was naturally no. Looking at the girls who were not older than her, Milena could not help but have a thought that made her want to laugh out loud. These girls, could it be that they were all ninth stage powerhouses? This answer. No one could give Milena an answer, nor did they have the time to give her an answer. Not long after, a wriggling shadow suddenly emerged from the yellow sand, and within the shadow, 2 people slowly emerged from it. It was the scarred man and the ugly man who had fled for their lives. However, at this time, these 2 veteran powerhouses no longer had the aura of a living person. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with fear and despair. It was unknown what they saw before they died, or what kind of punishment they were subjected to, but it made people feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, the elegant young lady, who only revealed a single wine-red eye, slowly emerged from the shadow. Only when her heels emerged from the ground did the squirming shadow solidify and transform into the shadow of the young lady. Arara. Kurumi tilted her head, she did not even look at the ugly man and the scarred man on the ground. Her tone was still as elegant and seductive as before. I thought I could play for a while longer. Hearing these words, Milena could not help but feel a chill in her heart. She clenched her teeth and forced a smile. May I know who you are, sirs? Kurumi, Toka, Miko, Origami, and Yoshino did not speak. Only Kotori had a faint smile on her face. I am Itsuka Kotori. Itsuka Kotori. Milena had an idea. Her eyes widened as she looked at Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. She cried out in surprise. It's you guys. As the direct disciple of the Moma clan, the #1 clan in the Baruba Empire, how could Milena not have studied at the Spalier World Academy before? In the Spalier World Academy, each of the 3 empires and 9 great houses had their own factions. For example, Sylph's Snow Song, Feifei's Deadly Forest, Bingling's Sea of Frozen Ice, and Bishi's Crimson Land were among the 12 strongest factions in the academy. Before Milena reached the Type 8 realm, she was a member of the Moma family of the Baruba Empire. She was a special student of the Moma family, one of the 12 strongest factions in the Silveria World Institute. At that time, Milena was already at the peak of rank 7. She was on the same level as Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi. However, due to the Baruba Empire's preference for males, she wasn't able to become the leader of the Moma clan. Even so, she still managed to occupy one of the top 10 spots. Good times didn't last long. Ever since Wu Yan led his summoned creatures into the Spalier World Academy and occupied a few spots in the Academy tournament, Milena was pushed out of the top 10. Later on, Milena witnessed how Wu Yan defeated Prince Jafar of the Baruba Empire and Prince Kaya of the Feyre Empire, easily obtaining victory. At that time, she was filled with admiration for Wu Yan. It was a pity that after that, Wu Yan brought the girls by his side and applied to graduate from the Spalier World Academy, disappearing from Milena's sight. Later on, all sorts of news about Wu Yan reached Milena's ears. For example, he had become the fiancé of Princess Sylph of the Ailu Empire, or the youngest Type 9 powerhouse in history. This made Milena realize that the two of them were not from the same world. With a sudden epiphany, she broke through to the Type 8 realm and applied to graduate from the Spalier World Academy, becoming a city manager. In other words, Milena's breakthrough to the Type 8 realm was largely due to Wu Yan. If Wu Yan knew about this, his jaw would drop to the ground. In all honesty, Wu Yan really didn't know that he had someone who admired him. He even helped her break through and he didn't even know the name of this person. However, for Milena, who had been paying attention to Wu Yan, she had naturally heard of the girls by his side. She had even caught a glimpse of them from afar. Just now, Milena didn't think of it, but now, she finally remembered. This was the reason why Milena felt familiar with Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. Kotori also remembered that she had seen Milena a few times when she was dealing with the 12 factions in the Spalier World Academy. That was why she had such an expression and saved Milena from the scar-faced man and the ugly man. Looking at Kotori's expression, Milena's expression became awkward. "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you." "I don't mind." Kotori looked straight at Milena. "Compared to that, I'm more interested in why you're being chased." "We've been betrayed." Milena's expression changed as she bit her lips. "No, I should say that the Baruba Empire is about to be betrayed." Chapter 1925. The Baruba Empire is about to be betrayed. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Meijyo, Origami, Yoshino and the other girls were all stunned. Looking at the group of girls in front of her, Milena was a little hesitant. She didn't know if she should trust them and leak the information that she had obtained with great difficulty. After all, even though 4 of the girls were from the same school as Milena, they didn't interact much in the Spalier World Academy. Even if they did, they would only meet a few times when they represented their respective factions. Forget about being familiar with them, it would be a stretch to call them strangers. With such a group of girls, it was hard to guarantee that they were trustworthy, wasn't it? But on second thought, Milena felt that if she kept this information to herself, there might be a chance that no one would know about it. At that time, the only thing waiting for the Baruba Empire would be destruction. Furthermore, if these girls wanted to do something to her, with the strength that Kurumi and Meijyo displayed, Milena wouldn't be able to resist. Thinking of this, Milena gritted her teeth and revealed the information she got from one of the traitors after falling into their trap. It turns out that the traitor had secretly found the Beast King and surrendered to him. It wasn't only the Tier 8 powerhouses in the city that Milena was in charge of. There were traitors in other cities as well. Due to the fact that 80% of the Baruba Empire's territory was desert, the connection between the cities was even weaker than the Ailu and Fey empires. Under such circumstances, the Baruba Empire was different from the Ailu and Fey empires. All the cities in the Baruba Empire were unified by the royal family and assigned to the 3 great clans to manage. Through this method, communication between cities was strengthened. The first clan was the Mama clan. The second clan was the Vance clan. The third clan was the Mama clan. Every city manager in the Baruba Empire was someone from these 3 great clans. It was because of this system that Milena was able to become a Tier 8 powerhouse. She was entrusted by the patriarch of the Mama clan to manage a city. Manage it. Situations like Milena's were very common in the Baruba Empire. Basically, even the direct descendants of the family would have to break through to rank 8 to reach rank 8. They would be entrusted with the management of a city. It could also be considered a form of training. However, But now, this system had become a true crisis for the Baruba Empire. The reason was simple. Other than Melina's city, there were other traders in other cities. In that case, the chances of these traders being from the three great clans were very high. There was a trader among the three great families of the empire? Was this not a crisis? The three great clans were the true leaders of the Baruba Empire. Since there were traders in the upper echelons of the empire, the effect they could have was absolutely fatal. For example, as long as there were traders who knew the method to remove the barrier around the Baruba Empire's capital city, they would remove the barrier when the demonic beasts attacked the capital city. When the flying demonic beasts charged into the capital city, the casualties would be disastrous. Another example would be if some of the traders put poison in the food of the city guards, or even the food of the Baruba Empire's royal family and the three great clans. Then the Baruba Empire would be finished. But now, no matter if it's Ailu, Baruba, or Fea Empire, they all gave the same order to gather all their forces in one of their cities. They gave up on the other cities to fight against the demonic beasts. This made it easier for the traders to sneak into their cities. This was no longer a matter that could be solved with a joke. Melina even suspected that the Beast King had given the other traders an order to wipe out all the experts gathered in the other cities, leaving only the traders to sneak into the capital city. This way, not only would the capital city's forces be greatly reduced, it might even be filled with traders. This way, there would be no need for a war at all. Just let the traders and humans kill each other and engage in internal strife. In the end, the traders would openly open the city gates and let the magical beasts swagger into the city to wreak havoc. The Baruba Empire was truly standing on the border of destruction. The royal family and the three great clans have yet to discover that there were so many traders among the humans. This is the most dangerous thing. Therefore, after listening to Melina's explanation, except for Toka, Yoshino, and Miku, Kotori, Kurumi, and Origami, who were still confused, Kotori, Kurumi, and Origami frowned. This is troublesome. That was the first thing Kotori said after listening to Melina's explanation. I didn't think this half-baked beast king who used the power of a false god would actually use humans to plot against us. It seems like we have underestimated demonic beasts. Although there had never been a saying, in the hearts of humans, magical beasts were just a group of powerful wild beasts. They had nothing to do with strategies, plans, or stratagems. It was hard to imagine that a group of beasts would make use of the strengths of humans. Kotori and the other girls are no exception. It's because of this subconscious impression that the Baruba Empire's royal family and three great clans never thought that there would be traitors among their own people. That's why they gathered their forces so recklessly. From this point of view, the situation in the Ailu Empire is undoubtedly much better. At the very least, the muscular man who led the demonic beasts to attack the Ailu Empire is not a strategist. He only knows how to attack recklessly. On the other hand, the Beast King who led the demonic beasts to attack the Baruba Empire isn't as reckless as the muscular man. Humans are truly hopeless creatures. Kwang San sighed. They are demonic beasts who view humans as food. They even want to turn the entire Spalier world into a hunting ground for humans. They won't accept humans. Even if they surrender, they won't be able to escape death when the Spalier world is transformed into a world of demonic beasts. Why would they choose to surrender? You can't expect every human to be a righteous person. You can't expect all humans to be unafraid of death. Origami said coldly. In order to survive, humans will use all sorts of methods. Betrayal is one of them. Even if they know they will be despised, Origami's words silenced all the girls in the room. In order to survive. It's a cruel and realistic reason. Even if this reason seemed to be a group of foolish humans who couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't hesitate to betray the entire human world for this reason, it couldn't be denied that the vast majority of humans were existences who would sell everything for their own survival. This isn't just limited to humans, isn't it the same among demonic beasts? The only difference is that humans will use all sorts of methods to survive, while demonic beasts will use their teeth and claws to survive. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they will use their flesh and blood to build a space for survival. Perhaps the demonic beasts in charge of invading the Baruba Empire saw the similarities and differences between humans and demonic beasts. That's why they used their survival instincts to force humans to destroy themselves. No matter what, I have to get to the capital before the demonic beasts attack again. Milena shook her head. She didn't want to talk about this uncomfortable topic. Right now, most of the powerhouses in the cities are gathered in the capital. There must be traders everywhere in the capital. I have to bring this news back. Due to the Baruba Empire being a desert, demonic beasts are very adaptable to the environment. However, there are also demonic beasts that are very picky about their environment. Due to the terrain restrictions, the Baruba Empire's magic beasts had a much harder time than the other two empires. Every time they attacked, they would have to expend a lot of energy. So far, the Baruba Empire's capital had only been attacked 2 or 3 times in the past few days. This could be considered an advantage. However, it also gave the traders more chances to sneak into the capital. Milena could imagine the disaster that would befall King's City the next time the magical beasts attacked King's City and colluded with the traders in King's City from both inside and outside. The group of girls also looked at each other and nodded their heads. Chapter 1926. In the middle of the endless desert, there were 2 towering mountain ranges. The mountain ranges looked like deep valleys. They looked like 2 giant fingers clasped together, towering into the clouds. Between the gaps of the mountain range that looked like 2 fingers, an incomparably huge city was located here. It was like a bridge connecting the mountain range. It was very spectacular. This was the most important city in the Baruba Empire. It was located between 2 gigantic mountain ranges. The Baruba Empire's royal city was different from the Ailu Empire's royal city. The Baruba Empire's royal city was more like a fortress than a city. Not only was the surface area huge, but the entire body of the city wall was also made of pitch-black underground rocks, just like the barbed rock walls in the abyss. Not only did it have an abnormally terrifying defensive power, if something were to be placed on the barbs on the city wall, the result would definitely be flesh lacerated. This kind of wall was like a hedgehog. Just looking at it gave people goosebumps, not to mention that there were still a lot of city guards stationed on top of the wall at this time. If one looked closely, they would notice that on top of the walls, soldiers were armed with bows and arrows. Behind them were groups of magicians with staffs in hand. They looked like they were ready to attack at any moment. This kind of arrangement was similar to the one in the Ailu Empire's city. In addition, there was the terrifying city wall and the faintly discernible barrier that rippled like water. If either the Ailu Empire or the Faya Empire were to attack the Baruba Empire's city, they would have to pay a heavy price to break through the walls. It was a pity that this time, it wasn't the Empire that was attacking this fortress, but the real magical beast army. With the magical beast's fearless attacks, the porcupine walls didn't have any effect at all. It might even provoke the magical beast's bloodlust. Flying magical beasts didn't even need to care about the walls. They only needed to attack from the sky. This was the worst enemy in history. Because of this, the warriors and magi on the walls of the Baruba Empire's royal city didn't relax for even a moment. Their faces were tense. They didn't know when the magical beasts would attack again. Fortunately, unlike the Ailu Kingdom's royal city, the Baruba Kingdom's royal city was built in the middle of 2 towering mountain ranges. Both sides were blocked by mountain ranges. Behind Monarch City, the two mountain ranges were directly connected. In other words, the capital of the Baruba Empire was located in the middle of a huge, U-shaped mountain range. If the magical beasts wanted to attack the capital of the Baruba Empire, they would have to either attack from above or from the front. Hence, the city guards didn't need to be on guard against the magical beast army coming from all directions like the Ailu Empire. All they needed to do was to keep an eye on the sky. Compared to the Ailu Empire, the city guards were much more relaxed. Moreover, the desert was also an extremely advantageous terrain. It was very difficult for the magical beasts to charge through the yellow sand. The flying magical beasts would also be attacked by the sand from time to time. Whether it was their condition, vision, or breathing, it was very difficult for them. As a result, the magical beasts had not gained any benefits from their attacks so far. They could only make 2 or 3 symbolic attacks, which did not cause any pain or itch at all. Therefore, the Baruba Empire's city had a huge advantage in terms of terrain. The citizens were also very used to fighting in the desert. Their people were also very good at fighting in the desert. Based on the current situation, the Baruba Empire might be the only one who could defend King's City from being invaded by the magical beasts. As long as there were no accidents, however, this accident was already buried in the Baruba Empire's city. The Baruba Empire's city, which was supposed to be the most difficult to attack, was now the most likely to be breached. At a certain moment, a flying ship that couldn't be seen with the naked eye broke through the heavy obstacles in the sky. The ship screeched in the air and the engine roared as it headed towards the Baruba Empire's city. "We're here." In the command room of Fraxinus, Milina pointed at the image of the Baruba Empire's city on the screen. "That's the Baruba Empire's city." "Wow!" Looking at the big screen showing the fortress-like King City sandwiched between 2 towering mountains, the girls all exclaimed in amazement. "So this is what they call a natural stronghold?" Kurumi couldn't help but gasp in awe. With a city like this, the Beast King who led the attack on the Baruba Empire's magical beast army must have a headache. "This should make things a lot easier for us." Kotori sucked on her lollipop as she stared at the city on the screen. She nodded without a change in expression. "I finally understand why the Beast King needs the help of a group of traders. If they want to rely on brute force to break through this fortress, unless that pseudo-demigod Beast King personally takes action, they won't be able to occupy this dangerous place even if they use all of their magical beasts." After saying this, Kotori looked at Milina. "We're about to land. You'll be in charge of communicating with the city." "I understand." Milina nodded heavily. The engine on Fraxinus's back revved up, and Fraxinus shot forward at an incredible speed. It didn't take long for Fraxinus to appear in the sky above the Baruba Empire's capital. Fraxinus's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the Baruba Empire's capital. The sudden appearance of a giant airship in the sky naturally caused a commotion among the city guards. They were shocked out of their wits and almost launched an attack. Only after realizing that it was a rather peculiar airship did they calm down. After all, magical beasts wouldn't ride airships, right? Therefore, all the city guards knew that the intruder must be a human. At the same time, a black or white stream of light soared into the sky from the airship. Like fireworks, it directly exploded in the sky, forming a strange pattern of a beast's head. That was Milina's signal. Only by sending this signal would the Baruba Empire's barrier be opened. Only then would outsiders be able to enter the city. In fact, it was a signal used by the Moma family to communicate with each other. It's just that it's been used by the Baruba Empire's 3 major families to open the barrier. As expected, the guards let down their guard after seeing the signal. They sent someone to contact the people controlling the barrier. 5 or 10 minutes later, an entrance that was just big enough for Fraxinus to pass through opened. On the city wall, some of the city guards began to make hand gestures to guide Fraxinus's arrival. Kotori didn't act alone. She had the Misaka sisters, who were controlling Fraxinus, follow the directions of the city guards and enter the barrier at a constant speed. Originally, there was an oasis between the two mountains. The Baroba Empire was built on top of this oasis. Because of this, the interior of the Baroba Empire's capital was no different from a normal city. It had the usual streets and roads, unlike the yellow sand outside. Of course, there was also a floating plaza for airships to land and take off. After Fraxinus entered the barrier under the guidance of the city guards, 4 airships flew over from the floating plaza and stopped in front, behind, left, and right of Fraxinus. Like a prisoner being escorted, they led Fraxinus to the floating plaza and landed there. When Fraxinus landed, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Miku, Origami, and Yoshino brought Milina and 5,000 Misaka sisters out of the airship. They instantly filled up the floating plaza and gave the city guards another shock. "Why you?" A middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader glanced at the girls with vigilance. "Which city are you from?" "I am Milina of Garas." "Milina of the Emoma family." Milina quickly stood up. "I have an important matter to discuss with His Majesty." Chapter 1927. The Baroba Empire's Royal Palace. In the central hall of the palace, the most prestigious figures of the Baroba Empire were all gathered here. It was said that all of the influential figures in the Baroba Empire were gathered here, but there were also some young people in their teens and 20s. They were all direct descendants of the Baroba Empire's royal family and the 3 great clans. Those who could stand here were all destined to become leaders of the royal family and the 3 great clans. At this moment, these people were lined up neatly in 2 rows, surrounding a round table in the middle and standing at the corner of the hall. The people sitting at the round table were the ones with the most authority in the Baroba Empire. The leader was the Emperor of the Baroba Empire, Geda. Sitting next to him was the most prestigious prince of the Baroba Empire, the one who was supposed to be the next emperor, Jafar. Other than these 2, there were 3 other old men in their 50s and 60s. They sat on the 2 seats to Geda's left and the one next to Jafar. Sitting first to Geda's left was an old man with a face full of wrinkles and long black hair that reached his waist. He was the head of the Baroba Empire's number 1 clan, the Morma family, and a rank 9 powerhouse of the council, Kuluan. Sitting second to Geda's left, next to Kuluan, was another old man with a frown on his face. He seemed to be dissatisfied with something. He was the head of the Vance family, the 2nd clan of the Baroba Empire, and a rank 9 powerhouse of the council, Will. Sitting next to Jafar, who was the last seat at the round table, was an elder who had his head lowered and seemed to be deep in thought. He was the head of the Mani family, the 3rd clan of the Baroba Empire, and a rank 9 powerhouse of the council, Gobai. These 5, including Jafar who was still developing, were the most respected figures in the Baroba Empire, second only to the emperor. Apart from these 5 people, like the current heads of the 3 great clans, they didn't have the right to sit, so they obediently joined the 2 rows at the side of the hall and stood at the front. They looked like they were waiting for orders. From this, one could see the difference between the Baroba Empire and the Ailu Empire. First of all, among the people who were allowed to enter this hall, there were almost no women, and even if there were only 2 or 3 people bustling about. One could only imagine how strict the Baroba Empire's preference for males was. Second, status, class, and so on were also clearly distinguished. Those with status and the right to speak could sit in the 5 seats at the round table. Those with lower status could only obediently stand in the 2 rows. Moreover, the order of the rows was also very particular. The higher the status, the closer to the round table. Those with lower status were directly at the back. The people of the Baruba Empire didn't seem surprised by the fact that there was a clear hierarchy that favored males. However, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Mikoto, Origami, and Yoshino, who were standing in the center of the hall, didn't seem to think much of it. Therefore, the group of young ladies did not behave like Milena, who was explaining in fear and trepidation. They kept their backs slightly bent, and even straightened their legs. Instead, they stood in scattered groups, and behaved as they did in the past. Although they were talking about the past, only Kotori kept sucking on her lollipop with a nonchalant look on her face. Kurumi kept standing there with her head tilted to one side with a faint smile. As usual, she had an enchanting yet mysterious look on her face. As for Origami, she still had an expressionless face. Toka, on the other hand, was standing there uncomfortably with a dissatisfied look on her face. Yoshino, on the other hand, was cowering behind Toka, holding her hand tightly. Obviously, he was still affected. However, Toka and Yoshino were fine. At least they weren't used to it. Miko, on the other hand, was frowning. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger from time to time. The Baruba Empire favored males over females. Therefore, those who could obtain higher status were mostly men. Naturally, those who could enter this hall were all men. Unfortunately, Miko hated men the most. Therefore, with Meijio's unscrupulous personality, it was already very fortunate that she was able to hold back from flipping out when she was being sized up, scrutinized, amazed, and brazenly scanned her body from head to toe. With Milena's explanation, time passed bit by bit. Everyone present was already very surprised when they heard that Milena had led the experts from the city she was in charge to set up an ambush. When they heard that there were traitors among them, their faces were filled with rage. However, when they heard that there were other traitors in the capital, even Gita could not help but be moved, let alone the people around him. He almost stood up. "Is what you said true?" Gita looked at Milena with a sharp gaze. "You should know that if you lie, it will be a serious crime, right? Please, please, please believe me, Your Majesty." Milena endured Gita's sharp gaze, gritted her teeth, and bent down again. These lords were there at the time. They witnessed everything with their own eyes. Hearing this, everyone's gaze once again gathered on the group of girls. There were still some who were sizing them up, some who were scrutinizing them, some who were stunned, and some who blatantly swept their eyes over the girls' bodies, causing the girls to frown one after another. Other than Jaffer, who had some interaction with Wu Yan in the Spalier World Academy, everyone including Gita couldn't help but have a look of suspicion on their faces. The people here were all people with status. Naturally, they had more or less heard of this group of girls. Gita couldn't help but think of the young rank 9 powerhouse he met on the Emperor Island. His expression softened and his tone relaxed. "Ladies, is Milena's matter true?" Among the group of girls, Kotori, who had a calm and sharp mind and was also the commander of Ratatosk, was unsurprisingly the leader. Naturally, it was Kotori who stepped forward. Kotori didn't try to verify Milena's words. Instead, she spoke of what she was certain of. "I don't know if Milena's news is true or not. However, when I arrived, there were indeed 2 rank 8 powerhouses who wanted to kill Milena. Thus, we saved her." Hearing this, many people frowned. However, this time, they frowned because of Kotori's way of speaking. "Woman, pay attention to your way of speaking." Then, someone's voice rang out. "The one asking you is the Emperor of the Baruba Empire. It's already a great favor that we don't ask outsiders to bow to us. Don't think you have the right to be rude." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the whole place changed. If the atmosphere before was heavy, then the atmosphere now was tense. The kind that could explode at any moment. It was as if everyone agreed with that voice, as if it was a matter of course. They began to look down on the group of young girls with a gaze that they thought was a matter of course. It was obvious that they were the masters of this place. Of course, in the eyes and hearts of the group of young ladies, such an action was nothing more than pure idiocy. Kotori couldn't help but sneer and turn her head away. Meijio scoffed in disgust. A bunch of gorillas who only know how to train their muscles want to learn etiquette from humans. Everyone's expression changed. Even Gita puckered his brows. Jafar was the only one who cursed inwardly. In the Baruba Empire, it was deeply ingrained in their minds that females were inferior to males. Wasn't Jafar also hostile towards Sylph because she was more talented and powerful than him? Therefore, in the eyes of the people here, being offended by a group of little girls was simply the greatest humiliation to them. Boz. In the next instant, apart from Geda, Jafar, Kuluan, Will, and Jebi, who were the 5 highest decision-makers, everyone else secretly circulated the combat aura in their bodies. They turned their auras into pressure that enveloped the group of girls. Chapter 1928. BZZZ. The high-ranking officials of the Baruba Empire unleashed their combat aura and turned it into a pressure that pressed down on the group of young ladies. The entire palace began to tremble. Compared to the Ailu and Fea empires, the Baruba Empire wasn't only different from the Baruba Empire. It was also different from the Baruba Empire's beast battle techniques. Its purpose was to mimic the attacks of dire beasts and their ferocious fighting style. It was truly unique in terms of attack power, defense, specificity, uniqueness, and so on. It was far superior to all the other combat techniques that belonged to the Baruba Empire. The beast battle techniques didn't refer to a specific battle technique, but rather a whole system of battle techniques. Just like how all spells that used fire to attack were called fire spells, in the Baruba Empire, battle techniques that mimicked the attacks of vicious beasts and their fighting styles were called beast battle techniques. Naturally, there were good and bad beast battle techniques. For example, Melina's beast battle technique that allowed her to summon the shadow of a scorpion was a high-level beast battle technique. Jafar's beast battle technique that allowed him to summon the shadow of a blood-colored beast was one of the top beast battle techniques in the Baruba Empire. As for Magnubi's beast battle technique that contained the power of lightning, it was definitely one of the top beast battle techniques in the Baruba Empire. It could even be said that it was Magnubi's beast battle technique. The reason why he explained so much was because he wanted to make things clear. Not only were there good and bad beast battle techniques, but they were also the most popular battle techniques in the Baruba Empire. Because of this, mages needed to cultivate more than warriors. In the same rank and level, mages were generally stronger than warriors. Logically speaking, mages should be more important than warriors. But because of the beast battle techniques, the Baruba Empire valued warriors more. Therefore, other than the fact that men were superior to women, the Baruba Empire also respected warriors. Under such circumstances, one could only imagine. The number of warriors in the Baruba Empire was much more than mages. Therefore, the Baruba Empire officials in the palace were all powerful beast battle skills, and the beast battle skills they practiced were all high-level beast battle skills. Therefore, the Baruba Empire officials in the palace were all powerful beast battle skills, and they were all high-level beast battle skills. The only thing that filled the hall of the palace was fighting spirit. There was no magic. Behind each of them, there was also a ferocious and huge beast shadow. There were almost all kinds of beast shadows. In this way, the palace hall looked like it was surrounded by roaring ferocious beasts. At this very moment, these ferocious beasts were roaring towards the sky as they released a powerful pressure. It was as if they were carrying a heavy mountain as they ruthlessly pressed towards the center of the hole. Immediately, Milena, who was not far away from the group of girls, felt her shoulders sink and her face turn pale. With a paw sound, she directly knelt on the ground. The officials around her were all members of the royal family and the three great clans. The older ones were all powerhouses of the 8th step, while the younger ones were all talented geniuses of the 7th step at the very least. When these people released their pressure together, a mere 8th-step powerhouse like Milena naturally couldn't bear it. However, in the face of such pressure, apart from the cowardly Yoshino who shrunk her neck slightly, the rest of the girls didn't even change their expressions and endured it. No, it wasn't that their expressions didn't change. At the very least, Toka and Michio's faces showed traces of anger. Kotori, Kurumi, and Origami's eyes also turned cold. To be honest, the girls didn't think that they could rely on their group of 9th-step powerhouses and the 5,000 Misaka sisters who were all 8th-step powerhouses to show off their might in the Baroba Empire. From start to finish, their performance couldn't be said to be average, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. However, since he had used the excuse of women and lack of manners as a matter of course, but in fact, it was an extremely absurd reason to make the young ladies bow and scrape, then he was being shameless. Against such people, the girls strictly carried out the principles that Wu Yan had mentioned more than once. We don't provoke others, but if others provoke us, we will trample them under our feet. At that moment, no matter if it was Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Mijo, or even the cowardly Yoshino, all of them channeled the spiritual powers that belonged to elves in their bodies and circulated them quickly. Even though Origami wasn't an elf, she also secretly activated Mordred's magical power generation device and circulated the generated magical power. A circle of faint radiance emanated from her body. Boom! Like a resounding drum, the air trembled abruptly. An aura that was more powerful, majestic, dense, and heavy than the ones released by the Baroba Empire's upper echelons erupted without any warning. Under this powerful pressure, the Baroba Empire's higher-ups were like a shoal of sharks. They were swallowed up one bite at a time, breaking free from their master's control and going on a rampage. Like Milena, the Baroba Empire's upper echelons turned pale as though they had suffered a heavy blow. Many of them groaned and took a heavy step back. The pupils of Geda, Koluan, Will, and Jebi, who had been staying silent, suddenly shrank. Disbelief appeared on their faces when they saw the group of girls suddenly erupt with a terrifying pressure. Jafar even had a look of shock on his face. This level of aura wasn't something that a powerful being in the 8th step could release. At the very least, the 5 highest decision-makers of the Baroba Empire had never seen a powerful being in the 8th step who could release such an aura. In that case, it was obvious what level these young girls were at to be able to release such a level of pressure just by standing there. 9th step. 6 9th step powerhouses. None of them were older than 20 years old, and one of them didn't even look 15 years old. Impossible. Impossible. The old patriarch of the Baroba Empire's number 1 Momo family, Koluan, muttered absent-mindedly like a crazy old man. It's impossible for there to be such young 9th step powerhouses. Is this a lie? Will's expression changed drastically. Even if you're joking, there should be a limit. 6. Goodbye's lips trembled. 6 9th step powerhouses who aren't even 20 years old. Jafar was even more astonished. When did they become so strong? Even Gouda was at a loss. It wasn't just the 5 highest decision-makers of the Baroba Empire, even the upper echelons of the Baroba Empire were in disbelief as they watched the young ladies release such powerful auras. Even their breathing became labored. As time passed, the auras of the upper echelons of the Baroba Empire were completely swallowed up by the young ladies' auras. The beasts behind them also became illusory, looking like they could collapse at any moment. Their master's face turned pale and red. Breathing became more and more difficult, and his chest became more and more stuffy. Even cold sweat flowed down his forehead. In the end, Jaffer, who had dealt with Wu Yan before and knew how incredible the young ladies beside him were, was the first to calm down. "Father." Gouda was also startled awake. He saw the faces of the upper echelons of the Baruba Empire changing between red and white. "Stop." Kodori and Kurumi revealed different degrees of ruthlessness. Toka, Mijo, Origami, and Yoshino lifted their heads in understanding. Not only did the group of young ladies not stop, but they also collectively raised their auras to a whole new level. Pucci. 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 In the next instant, all the upper echelons of the Baruba Empire in the hall spat out mouthfuls of blood. Amidst the howls of agony, some fell to their knees while others collapsed to the ground. You! Gude, Koluan, Will, and Gubai slammed the table and stood up. The Emperor of the Baruba Empire had spoken out to stop them, but not only did they not listen, they even went from bad to worse. Just based on this point alone, Gude could get the entire Baruba Empire to take down these 6 young ladies. The atmosphere in the hall turned heavy instantly. Chapter 1929. If anyone from the Baruba Empire was here, they would definitely be shocked by the scene in front of them. This was because, in terms of status, talent, strength, status, and background, these people who were more powerful than anyone else in the Baruba Empire were currently lying on the ground like they were terminally ill. There was even a pool of blood in front of them. As for the Emperor and Princes of the Baruba Empire, as well as the Type 9 powerhouses of the 3 great clans, all of them stood up, their faces filled with anger as they glared ahead. However, for the Type 9 powerhouses of the Baruba Empire to treat them so seriously and with such anger, it was actually 6 young girls who had not even reached adulthood yet. How could such a scene not be shocking? What was even more shocking was that the two sides clearly didn't seem to be comparable at all, but the air was filled with a heavy atmosphere of being evenly matched and confrontational, causing everyone to be puzzled even after thinking about it for a long time. Of course, only those who were not present would be confused. If they were present and saw the entire process of the upper echelons of the Baruba Empire coughing up blood, then it would be understandable. The reason was that those seemingly young girls were all experts who didn't reveal their true strength. Type 9 powerhouses. All of them. At this point, Gude, Koluan, Will, and Gubai stared at Kodori, Kurumi, Toka, Miko, Origami, Yoshino, and the rest of the girls, their eyes filled with uncertainty. No matter how much these 4 powerhouses of the Baruba Empire did not want to believe that the power they had spent their entire lives to obtain was now in the hands of a group of girls who were not even 20 years old, they had no choice but to accept this fact. Right now, there were 6 Type 9 powerhouses standing in front of Gude and the rest. This was the truth. If both sides were to clash, the Baruba Empire would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, only Gude had reached the mid-Type 9 realm, while the other 3 Type 9 powerhouses were all at the initial Type 9 realm. This way, even if these girls were all initial stage Type 9 powerhouses, they only needed to send 3 of them to deal with the 3 Type 9 powerhouses of the Baruba Empire. The other 3 ganged up on Gude. At that time, even if Gude was a mid-Type 9, he would not be able to take on 3 Type 9 powerhouses. Once Gude was defeated, the other 3 Type 9 powerhouses would join in. It was only a matter of time before the other 3 Type 9 powerhouses from the Baruba Empire were defeated. In terms of numbers, the Baruba Empire no longer had the upper hand. As for those below the 9th stage, that would be even more of a joke, because that wouldn't be called taking action, but rather throwing away one's life. Even if they really did make a move, it would cause a large number of casualties. That was absolutely unwise. It was precisely because of this that Kuluan, Will, and Jebi froze after slamming the table and standing up. A gloomy and hesitant expression also appeared in Geda's eyes. Father. Jafar, the only one who remained calm, looked at his father and shook his head. Everyone could tell what he meant. Geda also calmed down and took a deep breath before speaking solemnly. What is the meaning of this? The moment he opened his mouth, he regretted it. Wasn't this a case of the guilty party complaining first? Shouldn't we be the ones saying that? As expected, Kotori's face revealed a mocking smile as she replied rudely. Your Majesty of the Baruba Empire, what is the meaning of this? It was obvious that the upper echelons of the Baruba Empire were the ones who made the first move. Kotori and the rest were just retaliating. We were just exercising our rights. While Geda was at a loss for words, Kuluan glared coldly at Kotori. At least he had some foresight, to be able to tell that Kotori was the leader of the group. Do you really think that the Baruba Empire is some weakling that you can offend? Offend? Kurumi tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Then, can you explain in simple terms, how did we offend you? This time, even Kuluan was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly tell her that in the Baruba Empire, it was considered an offense if a woman didn't show her respect to a man. That was only effective when a man was stronger than a woman. Although the Baruba Empire had a culture where men were superior to women, they didn't treat women like slaves. At most, they subconsciously thought that women were weak. Otherwise, a woman like Milina wouldn't have been recognized and given a city to manage, even though she had a certain level of strength. Were the girls in front of him weak? It was because of this that the upper echelons of the Baruba Empire were forced to lie on the ground. Therefore, this reason was complete nonsense, at least to those who weren't from the Baruba Empire. Seeing that Geda and Kuluan were at a loss for words, Were spoke up with a frown. If that purple-haired woman hadn't insulted us, this wouldn't have happened. Don't you want to admit it? That's right. Gobai chimed in and pointed at Meijio. That woman insulted us. That's the truth. Meijio was about to explode when she heard this, but she was interrupted by Origami's lukewarm words. If you want to pursue the matter, it seems like someone was the one who provoked us in the beginning, right? Toka, Meijio, and Yoshino nodded furiously. Although Meijio's words were a bit vile, the higher-ups of the Baruba Empire who looked down on women from the bottom of their hearts weren't any better. Enough, there's no point in saying anything more. Seeing that Kuluan, Weir, and Gobai still wanted to say something, Kurumi closed her eyes and smiled. You should know that the fault isn't with us. It's with the way the Baruba Empire thinks. You're only trying to suppress us because you don't want to embarrass the Baruba Empire, right? Kuluan, Weir, and Gobai didn't know what to say. Their faces paled. Kurumi was right. If the people of the Baruba Empire want to look down on women, that's your business. We have no intention of standing up for women. Kotori looked straight into Geda's eyes with a fiery glow. However, if this makes you think that we're the same as the women of the Baruba Empire, that we have to bow our heads to you, then we don't mind proving to you whether you have the right to make us do this. The faces of the 5 leaders of the Baruba Empire changed at the same time. How sad. Kurumi used a seductive tone to say the most hurtful words. An empire bound by the ideology of men being superior to women. If you think men should be superior to women, why don't you think about the principles of the Spalier world? The principles of the Spalier world. Geda and the rest were stunned. Even the leaders of the Baruba Empire were stunned. Don't you understand? Kotori scanned the men around her and said word by word. The strong are supreme. Everyone held their breaths. Their faces stiffened. They couldn't say a word. That's right. In the Spalier world, status wasn't decided by gender. It wasn't status, background, or wealth. It was strength. As long as one had absolute strength and became a powerhouse, what status, background, and wealth couldn't be obtained? In the eyes of a true powerhouse, an ordinary concept was completely useless. As long as one was a rank 7 powerhouse, he could easily resist an army of 10,000 rank 5 powerhouses, not to mention the rank 8, rank 9, and even the demigod level, as well as the divine level that had never appeared again. Otherwise, how could the creator of the 3 empires be a divine ranked fighter? How could the creator of the 3 empires be a divine ranked fighter? In the Spalier world, a powerhouse had the right to surpass any royalty. The strong are supreme. These 4 words summed up the principles of the Spalier world. It also showed how shallow the concept of men being superior to women was. The Baruba Empire's people were furious, but they couldn't find any words to retort. They could only hold it in. The atmosphere grew heavier. Kotori pursed her lips. For the time being, let me pass on the news that I should pass on to you. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.